G2 and G3.
Does yours say, what does yours say?
Mine says consent on
Mine
this.
says action and action. That's why.
Mine says consent.
So ours say consent, so we want to make sure that we do hear them in open.
Oh, this is white green sheet.
Which is not green for me, but it does say action, so that's why I'm
G2.
confused.
G2,
Which is fine, I'll.
Yep. Looks green from here. Are you colorblind?
And apparently I'm reading the wrong.
So just be prepared to present them as
Are pulled for
action items.
Fair enough.
rather than.
Thank you.
Even
Perfect.
visually, it says consent. It's, yeah, you're correct. It says it on.
So, Maya, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yes.
that was your motion, correct?
It was my motion to approve agenda with the corrections I presented. So corrections were, again, let me repeat, pulling F2 and H1 from the consent, as well as G3 and G2 from the consent.
All right, is there a second for that? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Again, guys, when we get to them, please don't let me rush past them.
Yeah,
Yeah. Because I will try,
yeah.
more than likely.
All right,
I'm
you're getting
I'm
there.
looking for it. I'm getting there. Next item on the agenda is item C7, which is the consent calendar. If there's anybody in the audience that would like to be heard on items specifically for the consent calendar, please fill out a orange request to be heard card and bring it forward. Not seeing any of those, I will entertain a motion. Moving on to the next
Yes.
item, which is the approval of the
Looking for
consent
action.
calendar.
Is that a motion?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll second.
Motion and a second for agenda item C8. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is item D1. This is a report from California School Employees, Chapter 733. They have no report tonight, so we'll move on. Thank you, sir. Next item on the agenda is item D2, which is a report from the Ramona Teachers Association. I do not think they have a report tonight. Moving forward. Next item on the agenda is item E1. This is public comment.
We don't have any.
We'll do it after. Yeah.
We don't-
Item E1, thank you, though.
We have no.
We don't have any cards for public comment. Next item on the agenda, we would like to move up item I1, which is a presentation on the, and approval of the RUSD strategic plan. We're moving this up because we have members of the public who have donated their time to help us develop this plan, and we want to be respectful of their time. So I'll turn this over to you, Dr. Thurman.
Good to see.
Can we just do that? We should have done it on our agenda.
move it around. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem moving stuff around.
Thank you very much, President Drown, members of the board. I'm very grateful for our strategic plan steering committee to be here this evening after long days today, even though school's out. We appreciate you guys being here. The purpose of tonight is actually a culmination of a lot of work throughout the year by our steering committee, and you'll see those names coming up. The elements of the strategic plan, the 6 priority areas, were presented back on April 16th by Dr. Casey, I'll call her, because I get her last name wrong every time. And so input was solicited then. There was an extensive survey that went out. Had a lot of input in that, and you'll hear tonight how those priority areas had some small tweaks based on the discussion of the steering committee and clarifying some language and just really helping to clarify the intent of what the community gave feedback about. So we're going to get started, and we're going to have a tag team here between myself and our steering committee participants, which we are very grateful to have them with us tonight. So if we'll go to the first slide there on our session outcomes. I'm going to kind of review the goal of the whole strategic planning process. We're going to look at a roadmap of the strategic plan and how it's come to seek your approval tonight. We'll look at the role of the steering committee, and you will hear about the work that they did in this development process. There was opportunities for community input, and we'll talk about that. We will have a recommendation, and then I will be jumping in at the end again about the next steps, which are really the meat and potatoes of our strategic plan and how we're going to be diving into the metrics and measurement of progress, improvement progress. So we'll move forward. Again, the next slide is something we've seen a lot of. One thing I want to just emphasize tonight, we've seen this many times, and the bottom says from random acts of improvement. I don't want to have there be an assumption that those random acts of improvement have not been significant acts. There's been a lot of great work that's occurred in Ramona. I've heard about for many years, not being in the district before I even came. So there has been some very, very significant work occurring. This process is just an attempt to bring these arrows more into focus to the aligned acts of improvement there on that last arrow. So we've seen this a lot, but I wanted to clarify there isn't any assumption that those early arrows aren't doing good work, because they absolutely are throughout Ramona Unified School District. So that's what this is about, and you're going to see how these our next steps of work operationally, instructionally, will be focused around the 6 areas, and you'll see how that will be measured in the coming times before we end this presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robin Aaron. Thank you for being here.
Before you get started, I want to welcome you here tonight. I want to thank you guys for being here. I know it impacts staff to be here at dinner time, and I know you all have families, and I hope this is where you want to be, but I know that there are other places that are competing for this time, so thank you very much.
Thank you for having us. So what you have before you is somewhat of a timeline for our strategic planning. So back in December, we really dug in and defined the scope of the work for the strategic plan. And we established a steering committee that was going to take a look at the data and help guide the work to make recommendations to you tonight. And then in December, January, we went to work and with the help of Studer, gathered a lot of information. There were surveys, there were focus groups, there were lots of interviews to find out what was important to our district. And then in Objective 3, which was about February of 2026, we really, we meaning the Strategic Planning Committee, assessed and reviewed all of the information that we had, took a look at the themes that bubbled to the top, and we made some recommendations for what we're going to present to you tonight, which are our priorities. We re-sent that out to our educational partners and asked for their input and on our synthesis of the information. That happened in April, and then here we are tonight in looking at Objective 5, presenting to you our recommendations. So again, here is a more specific timeline, I guess, with dates. And we've spent the whole year really concentrating on and looking and reflecting on our practices. And I really appreciate the data that was collected, including interviewing graduate students. So we wanted to know, did the Ramona Unified Diploma mean something to you? Was it helpful? So it was really neat to get that information and data from our parent community, caregiver community, our staff, and our administrators, everybody involved in the Ramona Unified community. So our steering committee, again, we are a diverse team, and we are really excited to share the recommendations. We had classified staff members, certificated staff members, administrators, board members, parents, grandparents from secondary, elementary, and from our alternative programs, MVA and RCMS. So we feel like we had a lot of perspectives to share and look at all of the information. It was facilitated by Studer, and we really had an opportunity. By no means was it dictated by Studer. It really was our thinking, our work, our questions around the analysis. Studer really just facilitated the process. Our steering committee included the people that you see in front of us. Again, myself, a district administrator, Tamara Couples, an intervention teacher at an elementary school, Alicia Schoolthorpe, a program specialist and school psychologist, Dawn Perfect, a board member and grandparent and former parent, Nina Schwepman, a classified employee at the secondary level. We have Laura Abel, who is an elementary and high school parent, Tiffany Lynch, who is a parent for some of our alternative programs, Lisa Everett, a parent at an elementary school, Becky Holden, she's a district classified staff member, Efren Pantaleon, middle school, AP, we have Debbie Long, who is an elementary principal, Umberto Ochoa, who also had a middle school and elementary student, Kimby LaBabbit, who is an elementary parent, and Rob Charlton, representing our administration team from high school. So it really was a very diverse group that had a lot of perspectives to consider. So again, what we did is we took data that came from focus groups, from students, staff, parents, and community members, as well as surveys, survey information that was sent out to the community. And what you can see here is, although we didn't have quite the participation we were hoping for on the survey, we still had quite a few data points to consider. So it wasn't like we were just taking the perspective of just a few people. And so tonight, my teammates are here to present to you our recommended priority areas, goals, and goals for our strategic plan.
Thank you. So, I got it. Thanks. If we go to the first priority area on academic excellence and accountability, you can see that the statement that we were operating under was RUSD will achieve excellence through high expectations, rigorous and data-informed instruction to ensure every student is challenged, supported, and future ready. And the strategies that we're looking at to make that goal happen is obviously to establish high expectations for all. With this one in particular, it wasn't just students. We obviously should have our students learn at high levels, but we are saying that those high expectations need to extend to all the adults in our district who may work directly or indirectly with the student population. So the adults are responsible for instruction and support and taking that ownership piece that goes along with it. Utilizing data and evidence-based practices to drive the instructional improvements and to hold the organization accountable for student growth. There was a lot of discussion amongst the steering committee on what does accountability look for, or what does accountability look like at a district level. But as you will see with a lot of the statements that we have forward, they're meant to be general in purpose. That way it can be applied specifically to the individual parts of the district that will be using this strategic plan. So that definition will come with the measures that Dr. Thurman had mentioned earlier. And then we'll empower and support all of our employees through the continuous learning while upholding high standards of professionalism and exceptional service for our community for the benefit of students. And so we didn't want to just say we're supporting our employees, but we wanted to empower them. Education is an art. It's not a not like a doctor where you just do the diagnosis and then prescribe. You have to work through it, and we want to empower all of our employees to be those people that are learning and being part of that continuous learning process. And so we want to support them, but we also want to empower them and build their capacity. So that was kind of the nature of those words that were chosen. There was a lot of wordsmithing going on. I'm sure there'll be questions about specific words that were used. We tried to find the words that reflected what the steering committee was trying to capture in the thoughts and the discussions that we had. So before I move on to the next to priority area, is there any questions that I can answer for?
I think I'll just hold all mine till the end.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a question.
Yeah.
I see all those priority areas, and I remember there was a student survey that went out trying to determine placement of those priority areas, what's more important, less and less and less. And I see they all are the same. There's no placement given. So what's the ranking of those priority areas per student survey?
So again, that was done on purpose. We actually did start originally with like number 1 and number 2 and so on, so forth. The idea was, depending on what level of the district you work at, what department you may work in, or what site you work at, these priorities may be more of a priority for one group than they are for another. And so to say that this is number 1 and this is number 2 doesn't always work for every department or every site that you're trying to influence. So one department may see this first one as the number 1 to them, but one other department may see number 3 or number 4 as the number 1 to them. And so we didn't want to assign those numbers and give that priority without having the people being able to create that on their own.
So what the survey then, what did it accomplish when it went out trying to understand the ranking? So what changed before and after the survey? What did it accomplish?
Well, there was no before. The way that we collected the focus group information and the survey information was to start just analyzing what themes are we seeing across all of the surveys and the focus groups. What are the common things you hear coming up again and again and again? And so we started by saying, okay, we're hearing this a lot, and we're hearing this a lot, and we're hearing this a lot. And then we said, okay, well, what are we hearing about each of these? And that's where we broke into actually individual groups where we were kind of assigned to each priority area, and then we would take the focus group information and the survey that had to do with that priority area and start to say, what are people saying they like? What are people saying they want to see continue? What are people saying they want to see going forward?
So all this input helped you put together priority areas, correct?
Correct.
So I remember the survey already had priority areas finished. So it was just asking this priority area. It was already looking like this.
So what we did is we gathered input, and then we took that input and we synthesized it into some priority areas. But we wanted to make sure that we understood and heard from the community what they were saying. So then we pushed it out again. Did we actually hear you correctly? This is what we're seeing the priority areas are. We asked for input on those priority areas. So then so there were really multiple surveys. There wasn't just one. And so then when we did the second survey, we brought it back to refine and make sure, did we hit it or did we not? And then that's where Rob was saying there was a lot of wordsmithing, selective words. Are we communicating exactly what we want with this one word choice? We were very, very intentional.
And just to add to that, also, there was a few things within those priority areas that the community had told us on that survey that we needed to add in, and that's where some of the additional work occurred as well after that secondary survey.
Those priority areas look so much like LCAP areas to me as well, and I wonder, is there something new? Did we not have establish high expectations for all was not present in our district before? Did we not utilize data and evidence-based practices? Did we not empower and support employees, or did we not ensure all infrastructure meets state and federal safety regulations and so forth? So every time I read all those priority areas, it looks to me like we have already been doing this. It's nothing new, is it?
So I think I hear what you're saying. I would go back to the diagram that Dr. Thurman presented earlier. I don't think the acts that were happening before are to say that they weren't happening or they weren't happening in a good way. It's just what was happening before that we can now align and then improve upon, rather than saying, oh, it wasn't happening, now we need to start doing it. So I don't think when we're saying we're going to have high expectations, like all of a sudden we didn't have high expectations before, but now we're saying, okay, we want to make that as a standard. We want to make sure there's an understanding that we will be operating with that. And that actually came from something that I think was across all the surveys and across all the focus groups, was that they wanted us to have high expectations for students.
And if I'm being honest, I think that what it also tells me is that we actually had some really great LCAP goals. So the work that we had done with our community before, it is still ringing true now, that our intentions and our priorities are very similar to when we were developing our LCAP goals years ago. So it's affirming to me, being that I was a part of it at that time as well.
So is there something in the priority areas that was not in LCAP, or something that was not there before you talked to the committee members?
Get to that when we go through each.
Okay.
He was just asking questions about the first priority,
Okay.
so if you're okay with it,
Yeah.
maybe that will be answered if you allow us to proceed. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Now I remember. All right, so another priority area was facility stewardship, with the goal of RUSD will maximize resources to ensure safe, clean, and modern learning environments. And the strategies, or the how of how to get there, would be to ensure that all infrastructure meets state and federal safety regulations, which again is kind of a baseline statement. Of course, we're going to make sure that all of our facilities meet state and federal safety regulations, but we're hearing from the community and from the surveys and the focus groups that they wanted to make sure that we were doing that bare minimum at least. But obviously we didn't stop there, because there's 2 more bullet points. And then it was to move forward with maintaining, and then the word modernize. So maintain and modernize facilities to provide safe and inviting learning environments. The committee did have a large discussion on the word modernize. What does it mean to be a modern facility? What does it mean to be modern educational facility? And so, again, we left it with modernize just to have it be very general, because again, depending on what you're talking about, depending where you're talking about, that could look different. And so it's to the folks that are going to make the safety measures and make that connection that'll be determining what modernize really looks like in their space. And then the third one was to invest in technology and industry standard equipment to support modern instruction needs and career pathways. Career pathways really jumped out a lot. Obviously, a lot of things were towards, preparing students for the future and career pathways. And so this one talked about technology, industry standard. That's a word that comes from, just from my background, that comes from career and technical education, and talking about not only having the right kind of equipment, but having the equipment that students will be using when they go into those careers, and making sure they're using the exact same tools that they will have once they're into the career of their choosing. And so that was our next priority area. Any particular questions or any specific questions on that priority area that I can answer?
Seeing the way this is going, I'll probably should just comment now. I can see that, Studer is obviously driving this, the way this is going, but I guess for me, what I'm interested in is exactly what we're going to do. When we've done priorities before in this district, it was, what are we going to do? Because Maya's already commented, the goal statements are essentially the goals we already have in the LCAP, and so I don't know when that next step is going to happen. Is that when we actually define what we're actually going to do? Do you know when that process is?
So, I know you want to talk to that point. I'll mention what the steering committee kind of discussed. I had the exact same question, I'll be honest with you. I sat down with our representative from Studer, and I said to her, I go, first of all, these are very general, is my first thing that I said to her. I said, these are very general. Like, how can you possibly make sure what we're thinking it looks like, or what the community is telling us we think the community is telling us it's going to look like, is actually going to happen? And the conversation we had as a group was that these are general on purpose, for the reason I've stated before about each department taking hold. But she said the specificity and the action steps are not going to come in what we write here, but it's going to come in the metrics and the measures that we're going to define for ourselves in meeting these goals. And so I, representing the high school, was understanding that we're going to take this language, which is very general, and say, what does that look like at Ramona High School? How are we going to measure that? How are we going to hold ourselves accountable? And I told her the same thing. I'll be honest. I said to her, these are so general, this could end up being a poster that you just put on the wall and you pay $300,000, whatever it is, for a poster. Because if you put it as a poster on the wall but you don't do anything with it, it's a waste. And I said, so, and she goes, I totally understand that. It's going to come down to what you do with it and how do you hold yourself accountable with those metrics and measures. And I think that's what Dr. Thurman was going to mention right now.
Yeah, I just want to kind of reiterate what they're saying. You will see some of those action steps coming in here tonight. So I understand that they are similar to the LCAP, and Mrs. Wilson can talk a little bit about that, about what we've learned other districts have done with this and their LCAP and bringing those two together. But you've heard me kind of like a broken record since you first heard about this whole process. To stay away from the strategic planning nomenclature of just getting this done and it's a document on the shelf. This is a much different process. So simultaneously, while they've been doing this, in our updates, each board meeting, you've heard me talk about the employee experience surveys that went out. So it gave the employees an opportunity to weigh in on each department in the district office, to weigh in on every single site. So every department has data right now about the employee experience with those departments and at each site. The sites have let us know when they're going to, or when many already have, rolled out that data to their sites to say, look at this is what people experience with our particular school, with our particular department. Let's look at this. What are the areas or area that we want to focus on? So they're deciding that. June 23rd, Cabinet will be meeting with Jen Matakin again to look at scorecard development, which is going to be the tool that's used to measure how these areas have improved. You're going to see 45-day cycles in here. So as we finish these priority areas, I'll be chiming in on all of these next steps that are going to be going on. But the board there will be a continuous cadence of getting information throughout the year based on improvements of departments and sites. And eventually this lands in the instructional world by classroom, department, and grade level.
Okay, so that helps us understand kind of how it's going. How does the board get informed, like how often, so that we see, oh, these are not necessarily the steps, but this is what's actually going to happen, because that's going to be developing, and we want to kind of see how that's developing. We want to know.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what's missing amongst, I would say, the vast majority of strategic plans. So you'll see in here a cadence that will talk about 45-day reporting for the board.
Okay.
Okay, for all of us, but
we'll
the board will have access to that information.
Well,
as well.
I'm sure every stakeholder is going to want to know too, not just
yeah.
us.
Oh yeah,
So-
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just had a couple questions, and you do not have to answer these now because I think they'll be answered as you start developing. So,
Are we finished on this presentation? Okay.
so my question is, how are you going to use data for non-data driven courses? Because you talk about how you're going to be using data and evidence-based practices. So how are you going to do that? That's a good question, I think. So there's a lot of courses that we have that we don't test them, and we don't use the data we get from testing because there isn't any testing. It's a performance base, like in an art class. So how do we use that information? And then the other question, I just want you to think about it as you're developing, because I think this is like a great resource and we kind of forget about it. And then my other question, which I think kind of answers that, would be, how do you use those non-data driven courses to support the data-driven courses for student learning? So just something I want you to think about in the committee, because we have this great resource of all these courses. We could call them all CT or the visual arts or whatever, performing arts. But sometimes those, in a process like this, they get lost in the wayside. And then I just had one thing. The word modernize, I think everybody understands that word modernize was termed over 100 years ago in 1885. And we still use it. So what does it actually mean? Well, it means what it did over 100 years ago. However, it really doesn't, because the truth is we've gone past that. We now have what we call postmodern and then contemporary. We haven't gotten past that. So what really is the actual language? That's a question to me, because I don't think, like right now, well, I'm modern, I have a pen. Or I have a computer in front of me. What really is modern? And so I think that's a very confusing term. I would say that you're bringing things up to current standards and you're looking towards future standards. That's how I would say it, because I think modernize, I worked for High Tech High and we would always joke around it. We'd say, is this high tech, medium tech, or low tech? Because we weren't really sure what that actually meant. And so I really think what you're talking about is bringing things up to current standards, and you talk about industry, equipment, and technology, but also future. AI is our future. What does that look like in classrooms? So I would propose that we change the language, because I don't think it's strong enough. That's just my personal opinion.
So moving forward, I really would like to respect your time. And if we could agree, this is a suggestion, to hold questions until you're done, because I don't want to mess up your flow and your mojo.
Let's get through this presentation.
And I want you guys to be able to concentrate on this presentation and the information. So please carry on, and don't ask, are there any questions, until the end. Thank you, sir. Sorry, no.
I just Rob get to do the
wanna
tough part, and then we get to do the rest, so that's okay.
I just want to be respectful of your time and your flow. I want you to feel like this is going smoothly, and you're doing a great job. I appreciate you.
We don't want to get into our conversation and debate right now while you're still trying to tell us
So
what you're going to tell us.
please carry on.
Okay, so the next one is fiscal stewardship. And throughout the strategic planning process, the committee consistently recognized the importance of ensuring district resources are aligned with the priorities identified by our students, our staff, families, and community members. And those were identified through those surveys that we've talked about. And we know as a committee, and came up with the idea, or reinforced the idea, that fiscal stewardship is more than just about balancing the budget. It's about making thoughtful and transparent decisions regarding how resources are allocated so that they have the greatest impact on student learning and organizational effectiveness. The recommended strategies within this priority focus on aligning fiscal decisions to district priorities, regularly evaluating the effectiveness of those investments, and also ensuring that systems and processes support that long-term sustainability. And as a committee, we believed, came up together that strong fiscal stewardship creates a foundation that really allows the district to successfully implement the other priorities contained within the strategic plan as well. So while fiscal stewardship provides the foundation, the next priority area focuses on creating opportunities for students. And Roger, this one hits on a couple points that you were saying a little bit earlier. One of the consistent themes we heard from stakeholders was the desire to ensure that students have access to meaningful learning experiences that prepare them for their future. Not the future that we see, but for their future, the future that they see. As committee members, we recognize that students have different strengths, interests, talents, and goals. And because of that, a one-size-fits-all approach does not meet the needs of every learner. So this priority focuses on expanding opportunities that allow students to engage in learning through a variety of pathways, programs, and experiences while maintaining high expectations for all students. And then whether students are preparing for college, entering the workforce, pursuing CTE, participating in arts, athletics, leadership opportunities, or our alternative learning environments, this priority emphasizes creating opportunities that help students discover their strengths and prepare for life beyond graduation. And as a committee, we felt strongly that providing meaningful opportunities for students is an important investment in both their success and the future of our community.
Thank you. Next priority area was talking about safety and effective support systems. Our goal was for RUSD will implement consistent operational standards and practices combined with proactive and safety measures to ensure a safe and supportive environment for all. The first two bullets touch on the, originally had started touching on the physical environment. So strengthen campus safety protocols and emergency preparedness. And our committee had discussed the physical space, but also wanted to address the emotional space that our students live in as well. And so we created a second bullet point to emphasize that with maintain physical and emotional safety for the students. And then we also considered for the staff as well that are working at the sites too, so that we're all feeling safe physically and emotionally working together in this learning environment. And then the next two bullet points kind of come together in implementing effective systems, and that word was chosen quite specifically by the committee to make sure that the systems we are using are effective in nature. Implement effective systems and procedures to ensure consistent support, accountability, and communication across all school sites. And that communication piece across all school sites can be found in that last bullet point where we talk about foster unified staff collaboration. And we specifically chose the term unified as the committee discussed at length. We are a unified district, and we want to understand that we are working uniformly in a unified nature in all the efforts that we are taking forth on behalf of students and the community. So foster unified staff collaboration to create a continuous learning experience for all students among all school sites. And the all school sites was specifically chosen as well. To give an example of where the discussion had gone, the idea was, especially when it comes to our elementary schools, it shouldn't matter which elementary school you attend in our district. There should be a similar experience, there should be similar levels of support, and our students should have similar opportunities no matter what school they are attending in our district. And that was why we were very purposeful in adding the word all school sites. We wanted to make sure that that was heard.
And the next priority was community and culture. And this was one that Dawn and I worked particularly hard on for a long time, and it went back and forth in the wordsmithing. You can't imagine the wordsmithing that occurred on this one. And this was the one night Dawn and I, we just said, this is not our cup of tea yet. And we continued to work, and we were supported by such great other members that helped pull us up during this. So this one went through a lot of different iterations. But what we did find as a committee is that across the focus groups, surveys, and committee discussions, stakeholders repeatedly emphasized the value of strong relationships, effective communication, and a sense of belonging among all of our stakeholders. This priority, as you can see, recognizes that student success is strengthened when schools, families, staff, and community members work together toward common goals. The strategies at this priority area focuses on strengthening communication, building trust and transparency, supporting employee growth and well-being, and increasing opportunities for meaningful family and community engagement. And just as a side note, as an educator, I particularly appreciated this priority acknowledges the importance of supporting people who do this work every day. Because when staff feel valued and supported, students benefit. But amazingly enough, our committee members who are part of the families that came as part of this, they said, hey, you know what? When families feel welcome and informed, students benefit. And then our other community partners that were there said, guess what? When community partnerships are strong, students benefit. So ultimately, this priority is about creating a culture where students, staff, and families feel connected, respected, and supported. And we believe that these priorities collectively reflect the voices of our stakeholders and provide a roadmap for continued growth and improvement.
Thank you very much, you guys, for your input, and especially with the little tidbits of the history and these things in the making, and then all of the first-hand accounts of that. We appreciate that. Board, if there's any other questions about these priority areas, this would be a good time to bring those up. I'm going to start talking about next steps here in a minute, but I just thought while these are fresh in your mind, if there's a question or comment about those.
Should we do that now, or did you want us to wait?
I can continue if you'd like.
Let's get through the
Yeah,
presentation.
let's keep going. So, here we are on June 11th on the next steps piece here. June to August, we're going to be working on the scorecard development. So our first meeting with cabinet like that, with cabinet regarding that is the 23rd, as I mentioned. And that will be identifying the metrics and the cadence for reporting growth and progress. So it's not just a one-time report out of some numbers, but there's a cadence that means it will be repeating and bringing numbers to you. And then September and beyond, executing the strategic actions aligned to the priorities and the adjustments that happen as a result of the metrics. So if we'll go to the next slide. Looking down the line of sight, you'll see the strategic plan up at the top left, and then the next level down is the organizational scorecard, which we'll be working on in light of these priority areas, and then the division and department scorecards. So that'll be the next level down with transportation, technology, food and nutrition, all the different district office departments and divisions as a whole. And then you'll see ultimately the school site scorecards, and then the cascading effect goes down to classroom goals and individual team member goals and into individual student goals. So that's sort of the big picture. Those of you that attended the Studer Conference in Chicago last summer heard from districts that have been doing this, and you saw the results that they were getting across the board, from transportation to third grade to junior level English and all the different areas. So when we're talking about scorecard, these are the components. No two scorecards look the same from what I understand. They're designed within each district, but there are these key attributes. So I'm just going to go over the highlights here. You'll see the key areas of focus, those priorities areas across the top. And then we'll have 5-year and annual goals in that next section. Then you'll move down to the progress monitoring measures, about how are we doing, how are we doing in this particular area, what is the evidence telling us, and then prioritize strategic actions. What actions are we going to take in order to improve this particular area? So if we'll turn the page again, turn the next slide, you'll see that the scorecard cadence. So you'll see a board report, annual goal setting, you'll see in the August, September, and then a 45-day, I'm going from the bottom up, you'll see a 45-day leadership progress towards annual goals on division in school scorecards. So that's around mid-October. And then there will be another 45-day gap there where we'll be looking at, again, the progress towards annual goals on these scorecards, and that's around the end of December. So the goal for cabinet is to have these dates set on when these scorecards will be having these touch points, and we will have those set. Our goal is to have those set by the time we have the alt retreat. So that will be able to be put out district-wide. So in addition to the 45-day leadership progress reports, there will be scorecard and some process checks that sometimes will be 1 or 2 questions, whether that's for a grade level, for a department, for a division, whatever that may be. So when we're looking at these general scorecards, we have a couple examples. We received quite a few, but I just wanted to touch on a couple of these. You'll see on this one the third column over talks about measures, and then it mentions lead measures and lag measures. You've heard us talk about that. Lead measures are, I think, what Roger was just talking about, that are during the year that will inform our next steps. Lag measures come at the end, the CASP testing and those things that show us how we did in the past. So the lead measure piece is really important for all of the scorecards. So here you'll see it across the top, the pillar, whatever the main area was for this particular district, what the annual goal is, and then the measures, strategic actions, and the score on however that was scored by that particular district. So if you turn the page, go to the next slide, you'll see a different scorecard, different district. And this starts with the goals on the left, has the measures, and then the metrics, the scores, and gives them in comparison to all the years. And then they have their Ys over on the right-hand side. So you'll see there's lots of creativity in what this record keeping looks like and how these metrics are recorded and shared to monitor progress. So that particular process, if this is approved tonight, will start just in the coming days. We've been working with Jen coming into our cabinet meetings, and the 23rd she will be here in person to help us start that process. So now we're on the question piece. So any questions about the priority areas or the processes that come after this? So what you'll start seeing as we get into next year will be these metric report out periods and plans for improvement of those metrics, both operationally, and really this coming year it's going to really be focusing on the operations, but eventually that gets into instruction and department and grade level metrics as well.
So which pages constitute the strategic plan itself? Which pages of this presentation are the plan?
It's these.
The strategic plan
Priority
consists of the priority areas,
They
but
are
those
planned.
are taken, as you heard, when, for example, I just was making a note as I heard them speaking on the first goal. First priority, academic excellence and accountability. Establishing high expectations for all. Students learn at high levels. Adults are responsible for instruction and support to make that possible. So that support is what's going to be the key word for transportation, for food and nutrition, for M&O. How are they providing the support for these exceptional facilities and having high expectations so that students can learn? And then they will take those, they'll look at their experience data, see what was lower scoring there, and what they're going to need to do to raise those areas so that this effective and successful support takes place.
So we're on the vote on this part, that's priority areas, because our vote is supposed to be on the strategic plan.
Mrs. Phillips, this is the strategic plan. It is a list of priorities right now that will feed into the work of the district. That's how it's been presented from the very beginning. This is just the baseline from what every department, division, grade level will be working with in the future and guiding the work that occurs. But this always has been the goal of the first year of the strategic planning process. And so we said we were going to bring you a draft of these priorities that are from our community by the end of the year, and that's what we're doing tonight.
Trying to understand what we're voting on tonight exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have stuff?
I do. Whenever.
I can do mine at any time.
Okay. I've heard some things tonight. This process has been lengthy. I did attend the conference last summer, and at that, I would say that, for me anyway, I didn't see results. I didn't see scorecard results, but what I did see was positivity and enthusiasm and people excited about this process. I didn't really see anything that said, oh, here's where we started, here's what we did, and here's how we did in the end, right? That part is still kind of mysterious. So I took a few notes here. The priority areas that we see tonight are not profound or really even new. Some of us have been working with these things, pretty much these exact things, for a very long time. This has been an exercise in renewing our focus, and while these things may not be profound, what may be will come down to the tools that we put into place and use, and hopefully significantly measurable results in student achievement. So far, I really haven't seen anything that I'm really excited about, and I had a great time working with the team. I feel like these are my friends. But I have a great deal of anticipation about what Brian and the team may accomplish in improving in these priority areas. Like I said, these priority areas are not really new for us. These are the same things that we've been talking about for years, in some cases decades. Is it a duplication of the LCAP? Is it a duplication of the dashboard? I think it's just going to come down to where we go with this. It's easy to pick this apart as stuff that we've done before, but if this process gets staff excited and renewed in their energy toward these goals, then it's a good thing. For me, these are a lot of words. They're good words, they're a lot of words, they're good things to work on. But early in the process, I think I was asked, what my goals would be. And I said things like graduation rate, test scores, safety. Like really basic, not a lot of words, really basic things. And I did use a description of when somebody goes on Great Schools and looks at what Ramona Unified has going on Great Schools, which if you don't know is a website you can look at where they rank schools. I would like to see that look really good. I want people to be able to look at these resources like the dashboard or Great Schools and right away see that Ramona is a really wonderful place to have their children in school. Better than alternatives that they have, and parents do have a lot of choices. So what you hear from me, I hope, is I'm not trying to discourage anyone for sure. I have a lot of anticipation about what comes next. So this is the first time I'm seeing these next steps. And I realized I was a little impatient about, can we just get through the presentation, because I really want to know what we're going to do. So seeing this line of sight, this was good. This was new. I hadn't seen this before. This is a good thing. This, I think, helps me understand what these nice words will look like when they're put into action. And seeing, timeline, that's nice. Seeing the examples of scorecards, that's good. I like that, although it does look a lot like LCAP. But anyway, it is as I'm looking at it, it looks like LCAP. But so anyway, I am more excited to see what our team actually does now than I have been about the past year of talking about what we're going to do.
Okay.
That's about it.
Well, you were on the committee, so.
I was. And so it's been an interesting thing because I've been a little skeptical from the get-go, which is why I attended that conference last summer about this, because I wasn't really sold on we're going to spend this kind of money on what, and how is this different than what we do through the ordinary course of our district business. I'm still waiting for that, right? I think the thing that will be different is what we actually do. Not the words that we put on paper, but maybe the use of the scorecard will actually get us some results, because honestly, we haven't seen vast improvement in test score results for the most part. There's been pockets where we've seen some great things, but mostly test scores aren't great. People look at that.
Okay. So I have a, were you going to say something? Okay. So I am excited.
I'm sure he wanted me to say all nice things, and I tried to say some things in the nicest way that I could.
Don, you said there wasn't anything exciting. Well, I am excited.
Good.
To see high expectations for all students, because we don't always say that, and I think that's important that we have it actually written. And students learning at high levels at all levels. I mean, we're actually saying that this time instead of being very generic. And so I think that's important. What I feel is missing out of priority area, academic excellence and accountability, there's nothing in here about student accountability of learning. It's all on the adults. We're responsible for everything. What happened to the students? I have a big issue about that, because we're in a society today that kids don't feel like they're accountable for their learning. The parents complain to the teachers, complain to the administrators. It's your fault my kid isn't learning. Well, what about the kid putting the effort in? We don't have that addressed here. I really think it needs to be in there somewhere. That's just my opinion. I really like in the fiscal stewardship part how you address oversight by saying ongoing evaluation. I think that is actually a better way of explaining it, because we should always be evaluating, we should always be having people looking, many people looking, signing off, all that kind of stuff. But I think that's super important. In the priority area, innovative opportunities, I have a question for you. What is your definition of innovative in this context? What do you mean?
So we had actually a conversation around that word innovative, because we know that we're really trying to constantly review and assess and improve, right? This is all about improvement cycles and assessing what we're doing, ongoing evaluation of our practices, and looking for ways and opportunities to improve, and through feedback, through trial and error, through all of these different opportunities. That innovative is that continuous effort to look for new ways to engage our students, to prepare them, because that innovation, having a culture of innovation is really important in reflecting on our practices, but also providing new opportunities. We know that this is a 5-year strategic plan, and there could be new opportunities that don't exist today for our students. I mean, look how fast AI is moving, right? So we chose that word innovative because we are constantly reviewing and evolving and reflecting our ways to support the students. That was one of the conversations that we had that I appreciated.
I'm thinking back to the discussion we had around that word, and if you throw the word new in, new doesn't mean better, it just means it's new. And then we were like, okay, so it's not just new. It needs to be effective, it needs to be new, it needs to be different, it needs to be outside the box, it needs to match what's going on with preparing our students for the next level. And instead of throwing about 15 words of what I'm trying to think of right now, we were like, innovative seems to do the best job of trying to capture that, but it's really, the word embrace is the idea of embracing change for the benefit of students, embracing what's going to work better for the student, rather than what, I'll just speak from a teacher's vantage point, we teach the way that we were taught, and we need to break that mold and teach our kids for what they're going to experience, not what we experience or what we're going to experience. And that's what we're trying to capture with that word, is like the new, the different, the better, all of those good things. That's kind of the way I remember us having that conversation. Did you have anything you want to add?
And just to follow up on that, we just really wanted to make it meaningful learning experiences to the student as well. And that's part of being innovative, is to ensure that it's meaningful for them, not just getting through a checkbox and so that they can pass this class and move on. It's meaningful so that it'd be transferable to their future. And that's part of being innovative, not just teaching them to get through the course, but teaching them so that they can hold that and use that and not only better themselves, but also their community.
Okay, I think I understand what you're trying to say. I'm not sure that innovative opportunities is the right word. Opportunities are not innovative at all. An opportunity is a chance to do something, given that opportunity, right? So I think what you're trying to say is that you want to embrace opportunities where kids develop their path. That's kind of what I'm thinking when I'm reading it. Students find a suitable environment for success. Somehow the environment, the students have a say in that, so that they're engaged, so that they get excited, right? So this is all wordsmithing, but I think it's confusing.
I actually
So-
think that this was less about the kids being able to find ways. It was
Okay.
really truly more about that our opportunity, not our opportunity, sorry, you said the word opportunity.
Yeah.
But our reflection and constantly and analyzing what it is that we do for students and how do we continuously find better ways to connect with them, find better ways to capture and engage them into the learning. So there was a lot of this
Okay.
opportunities around the arts or CTE or what are innovative ways, maybe ways that we don't even know yet we're constantly looking for new ways to capture those students who are historically disengaged. I
Okay.
think that's what this was more
I get it
so
now.
about.
So you're saying it's more like this. RUSD will embrace innovative ways that provide new opportunities and a variety of experiences to engage students. Because when I'm reading it, it doesn't make any sense the way that it is. And I'm not trying to be rude. It is really hard to wordsmith anything. I've been in the same situation that you've done, and it is really, really hard. Somebody that is constantly teaching students how to innovate, because I teach engineering, that's what we do. And innovation is simply looking at something and trying to improve upon it. That's the whole idea. Concise. So I think we need to just change it to make it be exactly what you want it to be. So that's my recommendation on that. And again, I've never seen this before, so this is my first time just looking at it. The one about safety and effective support systems, you have strengthening campus safety protocols and emergency preparedness. And I totally get that. I wrote a note when it was being read. When we teach students, our instructional space is not limited to a campus. Our instructional space could be a field trip, could be a competition, could be a game. So how do we... Is it working?
No.
Steam. Oh, there it goes. It started working again. So, it stopped again. Testing. Okay. So how do we somehow engage with that? Somehow, do we say strengthening our learning environment safety protocols? Because then that covers all learning environments. I just want to be, like, we should be clear, because if your classroom gets extended, we'll say to the San Diego Zoo, you're on a field trip and you're getting instruction there, then you definitely want to have safety protocols there. You definitely want to have emergency preparedness, and I know it's written in all of our safety manuals. So I just wanted to make sure that we address that. I think that's pretty important. This way, if you say instructional spaces, that includes everything. It's not just the school. So I have a question about community and culture, just to kind of understand. And that is, when you say, and Dawn worked on this one, right?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. When you say enhance two-way communications, are you talking about Socratic discussions? Or are you just talking about that we're sending information out, communicating, and we have it set up so that families have the opportunity to ask questions or communicate back? Or is it literally a discussion? I wasn't exactly sure what that meant.
Both.
Okay. I think if I was reading it as a parent, I would think, oh, I get to have a discussion.
Yes.
Okay, so I read it the right way. The other thing is, you had mentioned when you gave the kind of overview, which I thought was excellent. You talked about building relationships of trust. Yet the word relationship isn't even in here. It's partnerships. So a relationship with somebody is different than a partnership with somebody. So I feel like if that's your intent, it got missed. Somehow the word relationships need to be in here. And then the other thing that I wasn't really sure about, you're talking about community and culture, but we're not really talking about relationships within the community other than like parents. What about our relationship with business? What about our relationship, I'm trying to think of, it could be government agencies, whatever. Like, we have relationships with the sheriff, fire,
Chamber of Commerce.
yeah, all these things.
So that's the first bullet point
I
where
wasn't
you
really
see
sure.
community members, right?
Is that what that means?
Yes. Rather than list organizations, we just listed community members, whether they're part of organizations or individuals.
So we might want to, now that I understand what you're saying,
Right.
where you're going, we might want to add businesses or something, because if we're going to be, for example, we have talked about having opportunities for internships for our students, but this doesn't really drive that. And so I'm just saying we might want to just add that word businesses or whatever. And then I had a couple questions about the line of sight thing, just so that I'm clear about it. We have the scorecard, which is great because we're evaluating at all levels, and it's a continual improvement model. So my only question is, who's doing the evaluation? Is this all self-evaluations? How does this work? I wasn't really sure the process.
Okay, yeah, so department is not doing a survey on themselves. There's what they call employee experience surveys that have gone out, that the employees that interact with district departments have ranked those departments on various categories. And there are some metrics around that, for example, the transportation department will use, food and nutrition will use, ed services as a division, admin services as a division. So, but no, they're not ranking their own performance. It's the organization, the people they're serving.
Wait,
Okay.
so every employee answered questions or will answer questions about transportation, food and nutrition, that
Like a
kind of
survey?
thing?
That's how we started as employee experience, not the greater community, but the employees ranked their experience with the different district departments.
So like a classroom teacher will do or has done a survey where they will talk about answer questions about their experiences with ed services, their experience with food and nutrition, their experience with transportation as it relates to their job?
No, actually, there's two different surveys that went out, and Dr. Thurman was out on medical, so I'm just
Okay,
going to
great.
kind of just give a little clarification here.
Okay.
So there was an original district survey that went out to our leadership team, and that would be all of our administrators district-wide. So the ALT team received a survey on each of the departments. So their interactions with transportation, education services. We all received that as departments because we were the leaders and led by example by having ourselves in the spotlight for the areas that we needed to improve upon in each of our departments. And then an additional survey rolled out at the school site level for all of our employees and our parents and our students to answer about their own school site. So we started district level, and that survey information came to district departments, and then those departments, as you kind of see that trickle down, then they talked to their employees about what those survey results went. They spent some time brainstorming what goals do we need to make as a result, or what one goal do we need to make as a result, what action steps are we going to take as a result of what we got from this survey. Same thing with school sites. School sites are a little bit behind where the district is because the district office leadership, we led by example before the school sites had the survey in their own space. But the school site survey was employees, as Dr. Thurman was sharing, but it was also parents and students as well, so that we could get that lived experience by staff and the consumers in the classroom and at home.
Okay, so I understand school site. So classroom and individual, they will be doing themselves.
So yes, as it trickles back down, the school site will have, well, the scorecard, it will kind of depend. So what you saw when you are looking at those scorecards in your presentation right now, why I would agree that it looks very similar to LCAP, and I'm going to speak to that a little bit when I do the LCAP presentation today to kind of connect the dots. But when you look at what's up on the screen right now, you see some more of those lag measures. Right. I think where we're headed, because we do have LCAP and we do have those metrics, and our metrics in the LCAP are lag measures because it's a year-long plan, we're going to be looking more toward those lead measures, those 45-day cycles that Dr. Thurman mentioned. So we'll be looking for, and we've started that groundwork this year with our site leaders and doing what we call data action cycles, where they were getting their teams used to looking at data, where they were really digging into what does this look like for these at-risk groups. And so we'll continue to push those data action cycles, but they will be more targeted and they will be on the scorecards. So they won't be year-long, so it won't look like CASP results. I mean, it can. CASP results can be included in the scorecard measure too, but we want something that's a little bit more frequent in nature and more of a progress monitoring measure, so that we're really seeing that move the needle throughout the school year, and then ultimately at the end of the school year we'll see some impact on that final test score. That's what we're looking for. So when we talk about school site, right, the school site will be working on what does that scorecard look like and what are the measures that make the most sense. We may have district common assessments or progress monitoring assessments that we're working through. And then in the individual classrooms, you know, then we might be looking at grade level assessments, whether it's chapter assessments or unit assessments or something like that. So we have that common.
A collection of teams that are going to be developed.
Correct.
That was my other question.
It'll just take a little bit of time to trickle all the way down, because we've started at the district and department levels, and then it will land at the school site level, and then it will go down to departments or grade levels, and then individual classrooms.
That's helpful, because I wrote down like this example specifically says rubric, like who's developing that? So that was a question. So you kind of answered that for me, and then the metrics or measures, like who's coming up with that? It's going to be this team. And then what are, like, you say metrics, like what is our what's our goal on that? Is it 1%, 2%, 50%? No, just kidding. You know, what are those going to be? So that's kind of helpful to know.
Depending on the measure will depend on the percentage or how we measure it. And I would say that we haven't got there yet. We're still developing as a cabinet level and as district leadership. And I would say that I would lean more towards a recommendation that those measures are not the same measures that we see in our LCAP. But we will be, and you'll hear this when I do our LCAP presentation later, we will be aligning the two so that we're not serving two masters. We really are serving one. We won't have two separate surveys anymore. We'll all be one. We just had an overlap year this year. Okay. So where we had to wrap up an LCAP process and start our strategic planning process.
Okay, so obviously, this doesn't work unless you have buy-in, commitment. But I just had a question about all this work that's going to be continually happening. What is the time that's set aside for staff to do it, especially teachers, because teachers have very limited time for preparation for their classes. And every time we ask them to do a survey or a training, oh my gosh, all the trainings, it's like almost ridiculous how many you have to do at the beginning of the year. So all this stuff that we keep asking digs into their planning time. So how's this working?
Do you want me to?
Sure.
Okay. So I would say at the district level, we've embedded it into our processes already. So for example, in education services, I have a directors meeting once a month. We revisit where we are with our actions, with our goals and our actions each month, and then hold each other accountable to that as we share out how we're making progress. For example, the technology department, our director of technology will share his percentage. Jeremiah, your measure for technology is response rate, right, to tickets. And so they started, their goal was to shorten their response time for all of our tech tickets by, a certain number of hours. And so then what is our percentage of, that we're meeting that is the measure that department is doing. And so that's one example. We built that into our directors meeting once a month. My directors build that into, I'm sure Jeremiah hears about that in his individual department meetings. So we're trying to build it into each of the systems we already have in place. At the school site, something similar is happening. If I could use OPMS as an example for Lindsay and her team, they have built-in time for PLCs and vertical teaming. And so they build that into that time because data is a part of teaching. And so we have to be responsive to the data that we're seeing in our classrooms. We're just formalizing this process district-wide and creating this more unified movement forward, and I would say a new level of accountability. It was definitely a little bumpy this year as we required data action cycles to be shared in principal meetings, and we were all starting at different places. Staff had different levels of culture of looking at data, and we were all in different places, and I think that we created a safe place where people could start to build that culture, and next year we'll be primed for continued accountability when it comes to more regular data cycles.
Okay. So, I appreciate that. I'm sorry I have like a million questions, but this is, I've always had a lot of questions. So, I just propose that, so we can approve these areas, that in academic excellence and accountability priority area, I'm not really sure where to do it, but that we say that students are also accountable for their learning. It's got to be there. The institution cannot hold all the accountability. It's just wrong. We've got to make sure that our students are accountable. And then the other one, in innovation and opportunities, I propose that we change it to RUSD will embrace innovative ways that provide opportunities and a variety of experiences to engage students. And then in safety and effective support systems, I propose that we say strengthen learning environment safety protocols. I know you're trying to say school, but because we call them school safety plans, but it does extend beyond. And then in the community and culture, I would add community members, businesses. I would squeeze it in there. I think it's kind of important that we have it in there. If we want to have a relationship with and partnership with community organizations, somehow we need to say it. Or we just say community, what was the other one? We can just simply say community Let me get back there. It says community members. Yeah, I don't know. But I think those things need to be done. I think it would provide greater clarity for everybody, every single stakeholder. I don't think I'm asking a lot, but that's my
So
view
let
on
me,
it.
let me jump in here and
Yeah.
talk process a little bit. Are you capturing these? Okay. Is there any opposition to Roger's suggestions?
I like it.
No, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So
If-
I just want to keep moving towards
Yeah.
an opportunity to approve tonight.
It's
So-
something they want to say.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just suggesting to try and capture what you were recommending right there. Instead of community members, maybe community organizations,
Yeah, that I
or
think that
community
works.
members and organizations.
Community members and organizations,
Yeah,
sure.
because
Oh,
I was
okay.
even thinking as you're talking with businesses, we work with nonprofits.
I like
Yeah, that- that works.
organizations.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that works better.
Yeah, nice.
Thanks for that.
And
Okay.
then what about students being accountable? How do we do that? That's the hardest one. I don't know how to say it. Because I'm looking at it I don't want to,
I could easily see it just as that very first bullet point, establish high expectations for all. Students learn at high levels. And both adults and students are responsible for instruction and, well,
There you go.
maybe not instruction. Hang
Right.
on. Nope, didn't have it.
responsible for learning, and adults are responsible for instruction. Something like that.
Or maybe we flip-flop it and say students and adults, I don't know, students and adults are responsible for high levels of learning.
That would work. I just don't, I mean, I don't know how you see it, but I just see that somehow in the last 10 years we've kind of lost this thing about students being responsible for their growth.
Well, it could be as simple as that. Maybe we add another bullet point that says students take ownership of their own success. 'Cause that's
It could be
what
that
you're looking
simple.
for, right?
Yeah.
And that is what we want.
What's the will of the body here? I like it.
I like that idea.
Roger likes it. Don likes it. Dan?
I like it.
I think
Maya?
we say,
Yeah, there are a lot of nice additions to that, and
So,
I think you can resolve it with one well-worded extra bullet point.
can we say their learning and success? Because ultimately it is up to them.
Yeah.
No matter what we do, no matter how we instruct them, no matter how we create the environment, they're
Yep.
choosing to learn.
Okay, so students are accountable for their own learning and take ownership of their own success.
ooh,
Yeah, I like that.
I like the ownership part.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That is perfect.
All right, Dr.
It's a good
Thurman, do you
addition.
think you captured Roger's suggestions well enough to move forward? Okay. Are there any other questions or suggestions for staff while they're here?
I have a suggestion.
Okay.
So that was a great discussion, and a lot of people worked on this plan. A lot of people contributed, and like Roger said, we haven't seen this plan before today, and I wish we could study it in advance. And it's such an important document that it's very important for us to weigh our decision thoughtfully and carefully. However, information for us to do so, the strategic plan itself, has not been provided to the board. And I know some documents were not provided to us in advance, but those were information items as far as I remember, like budget today, information item, El Capa, some information. This is an action item. And I can't vote for something I haven't seen before the meeting. I need to study it. So there's no urgency to approve it today. And I request consideration of this item to be postponed for 2 weeks. So until next June meeting, so the sufficient time is available for thorough review before a vote is taken. And if the vote is nevertheless forced upon us today, I will have to vote no.
So what is your suggestion for this plan?
To
That was my
study it.
question.
Go home and study it for 2 weeks. Because
Okay,
there's
that's
no
a
urgency.
request, I get it. What's your suggestion for the plan? Do you have suggestions for improvement tonight?
Yes.
I haven't read it, I haven't studied, so I don't know what's in it. I was told
Okay.
it's the same as in April. I don't know, I haven't seen it. I haven't
Can I
read
give
it.
some input?
What I'm hearing is you do not have a suggestion for changes to the plan tonight.
Well,
Is that correct?
I wish I had, but I wasn't given an opportunity.
So is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry. I just wanted to remind the board and the audience, we did have a board workshop specifically on these priorities on April 16th. Dr. Casey Belichick was here to review those with us, to get input, and the steering committee used that information with the survey information to make changes. So these were presented. Mrs. Phillips, I believe you were there, but I didn't take attendance. I don't remember you missing a meeting, but there was a specific time. We started early. It was a board workshop specifically for this area, almost 2 months ago. So we have had these out there. We do updates. We've always been open to questions. And so I just wanted to put that out there because we would never want to bring this for a first glance view, understanding of this and expect you to do it tonight. We've talked about this process leading up through the year to come to tonight for many, many months.
And I think it never happened that we didn't have the supporting material for an action item before,
Okay,
in advance.
Can I
Okay.
just say one thing real quick?
sure.
I just wanted to thank all three of you and everybody that was in the committee, including Dawn. I know that this is a lot of work, and you're also doing your own jobs. So I totally get it, and I can see your passion in this, and I really appreciate that. So just wanted to say thank you very much.
Well said, Roger. Okay, don't go anywhere just yet. Thank you. We do have an action item before us. We have one request to continue it for 2 weeks. Not sure what our next steps are. Is there a motion to approve this tonight?
That was my motion with those changes.
Okay, so we
I'll
have a
second.
motion to approve it tonight with a second. All right. Any last chance at questions for staff before we vote?
I just do want to get clear that, because it's so, I've lived with these things for so long and reviewed them so many times. The board did see these priority areas,
Yeah,
right?
I remember them.
Okay. The only thing that's new here is this back half of tonight's presentation, that from like line of sight and the scorecards. The rest of it's not new, right?
We don't know, we haven't
Is that
read it.
right?
We haven't read the document.
Well, we just went through the whole document. Did you remember seeing the priorities before?
I can't read now both documents and compare it while participating at the meeting at the same time. Maybe it's the same, maybe not. I need to compare them side by side. I didn't get a chance to.
Okay.
Understood.
Got it.
We have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of Mr. Dome's motion?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you guys very much. This is how the sausage is made sometimes, and thank you for helping us, and for your hard work.
Okay, was that a motion by Roger and a second by Dan?
Yes?
Okay, thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item F2. This was pulled from consent. This is the approval of designation of California Interscholastic Federation representatives and continuing membership agreement for 2026-27. Maya, you asked for this to be pulled. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, the agenda item effectively combines two separate actions. One is approval of the designation of California Interscholastic Federation representative, that's one. And the second one is approval of continuing membership in the CIF for 2026-2027. These are distinct actions and should be considered independently. My concern is procedural. The board is being asked to approve two distinct actions. One, personnel/representative in nature, and the other one is organizational/financial. Board members should have the ability to vote on them independently. They may reasonably support one while having concerns about the other. Splitting them allows for cleaner decision-making and is consistent with good governance practices for consent items. So I make a motion to bifurcate item F2 into two separate action items. One, approval of the designation of CIF representatives, and two, approval of the continuing membership agreement for 2026-2027.
Okay, I don't even know if we need a motion on that, but you could just move that we continue membership, and then we address the other part separately.
Can I speak to this real quick, please?
Sure.
Please, yes, sir.
These are not mutually exclusive.
Understood.
If we're
One
not going to have an
before the other.
agreement, the signatures are a moot point.
Understood. That's why I said continuing membership as the first motion, and then
Okay.
approving the signers or representatives after.
So before we go too deep into it, are there any questions to clarification questions of the motion maker? If not, is there a second?
Yes, I have a question to clarify.
Jump in.
I already know the answer, but I want to hear somebody say it. What if we do not approve this? What happens next year?
Then we don't do CIF sports.
Well,
Exactly. That's
That
right.
means
That's
all
my-
sports.
That's kind of a problem.
We'd have to figure out what
Well,
athletic director
teams
does.
could find other ways to play that
Right.
weren't CIF sanctioned competitions. It would mean finding other schools that had free time in their schedules to try and fit a game.
What
in
about the
with us.
application, the item? I mean,
Yeah.
So
are we doing
uh,
that or not?
we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any questions on that?
No problem.
just I think I understand why you want them split. CIF, the way that sometimes their decisions don't feel like they're best for students. Let's just put it that way. There's been many decisions that CIF has done that has been concerning.
However,
However,
go ahead and then I'll throw my two
Oh,
cents in.
yeah. Like anything, any organization, you're never going to like everything. And there is a committee for that, and we have a representative from Ramona on that committee, and they do have a voice. So, or board. And so I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood this, we're not going into this blindly. And that's my statement.
So, it's easy to sit and say their decisions don't make sense. People do that to us all the time. But they don't have the information that we have when we're making our decisions.
Exactly.
So we don't have the information that the CIF Board of Managers the information that they have when they're making their decisions. So I personally am reluctant to criticize those decisions without more information. I don't support bifurcating this. This is something that we have done every year since you got on the board. And since you got on the board and since I got on the board. This is an item of routine matter. And it is something that we've always done. That doesn't mean we give it a rubber stamp, but I have supported it in the past because it is an easy decision for me to make. So, we have a motion and a second.
And the reason for splitting it, and it's not the approach that I would take. You heard what I would do, but it's possible that a board member might say, yes, continue with CIF, but maybe have issue with the representatives listed and want to suggest something different there, right? So, I could see that.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I am in opposition. Dr. Thurman, are we following the proper procedure by bifurcating it here? And can we then vote on each item separately now?
I believe with board approval, you can do that, which you've
Okay.
just received, so I think we can do that.
Okay. Is there?
I'd like to make a motion that we continue our membership agreement for the 26-27 school year with CIF.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Sure.
Well, I asked to pull this item from supposedly consent calendar or not. At least it said so in our green sheets. Because of concerns with CIF's failure to comply with Title IX by allowing biological males to compete in sex-segregated sports against biological females. And it's not my opinion. That's per current federal enforcement of Title IX. The CIF policy violates the law. It's the opinion of the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights and DOJ. In June of last year, they finished their investigations into the California Department of Education, CIF, and found them in clear violation of Title IX by adopting and enforcing policies that force girls to compete against boys in girls' sports if a boy asserts a female gender identity. In July of last year, 2025, the Justice Department filed a federal lawsuit, United States versus California Interscholastic Federation. The complaint argues that CIF and California Department of Education policies constitute illegal sex discrimination against girls. My other concern is with the language in the membership agreement, Section 8, that prohibits parents, coaches, trustees, superintendent, parent volunteers from disagreeing with CIF, which seems like a bit of advanced retaliation against anyone who expresses an adverse opinion of CIF, effectively putting on notice anyone who utilizes the First Amendment rights to speak and advocate for girls. I remember during the Cold War, the U.S. provided a safe haven for Soviet dissidents, but under this agreement, the CIF sounds like the Soviet Union to me by targeting those who dissent. So I also had questions related to Section 8 of that membership agreement, which literally says, the superintendent, board of trustees, school administration, and coaches, including booster organizations and team attendant and volunteers of each school in the district, will not take an adverse position to the CIF of San Diego at any time or encourage that a party take any adverse action against the CIF of San Diego section. Have we checked with our attorneys regarding First Amendment rights of our parent volunteers and staff and coaches and trustees and superintendent to be able to voice a difference of opinion with CIF? I would like to get clarification on whether the speech restriction in Section 8 violate the First Amendment rights. I have a couple of more questions. Should I wait for answers?
Let's do them one at a time.
Okay.
Dr. Thurman, have we checked legal?
So I've talked with CIF. The only statement I can make about this is just like Ramona Unified School District, who has to allow all individuals to participate in sports, CIF has to do the same thing because it's California law.
Right.
Because that my question was, have we checked with our attorneys regarding First Amendment rights? If they voice indifferent from
I'll
CIF?
reiterate, CIF has checked with their legal, we have checked with our legal. Right now, the law in California is that has to be allowed.
About First Amendment right. That was my question.
Can I just clarify one thing that you said? In number 7, it's not saying that you cannot take an adverse position. What it's saying is that you have to go through the grievance process through CIF. That's what it's saying.
I was talking about Section 8, not Section 7.
Well, but you have to understand, the law is pretty fluid. Just because we're signing a document for booster organizations, we have no authority over a 501c3. That's not even binding. So it doesn't even matter. We cannot sign something for them. So this is basically trying to say, if the booster program is through our organization, but it's not. So that doesn't really apply to us.
So my question was, will a parent volunteer be able to voice difference of opinion with CIF? And
So
I would like to
Mrs.
get
Phillips,
clarification on that the speech restriction in Section 8 violate the First Amendment rights.
I believe this is not referring to philosophical issues with
It's
CIF.
it's a global question.
In regards to a championship or a semifinal or
Right.
any of these things. They are an interscholastic organization around sports, and so they're saying we cannot contest these fair events that take place because there are guidelines that govern that. And so I believe that's what it's referring to, not a philosophical view. And I would just add that what you described is not a philosophical view of CIF. It is CIF following the law, just like Ramona Unified School District.
Which law? State or
About-
federal?
What's that?
Federal or state? Which
State,
law?
I said
State.
that, California state law.
Okay, my next question is CIF currently violating Title IX? I would like to get clarification whether CIF is violating Title IX.
I'll say the same thing, we're following California state law,
Is the yes or no?
not the federal
Okay,
pieces
state
that you're
law.
referring to.
So
California state law.
Title IX is a federal law, so is CIF violating?
So let's move on to the next question. He's done his
Okay.
best to answer that one.
The deadline to vote on this agreement is June 27th, I believe. So is it possible to wait until at our June 25 meeting, since two important Supreme Court decisions on this issue are expected to come out before then, and perhaps we should wait until those cases are decided, because we don't want to get ourselves into legal hot water. We should probably consider maybe delaying this until our next board meeting.
We have a motion and a second active right now, so we will vote on that. If it fails, we will then look at our options.
And I absolutely would not hold the livelihood of our student athletes hostage based on politics that are happening far out of their control. Absolutely not.
Do you have more questions?
Yes, my questions were superintendent, actually.
Well, I'm the one that controls the tempo of the meeting and making sure that we're following our protocols. Our protocols are that if we have a motion and a second, that we will vote on it.
Right.
Unless somebody chooses to revoke their second or revoke their motion. I do not choose to revoke my second.
I have 3 more questions. So isn't it true that federal law trumps state law?
We are bound by state law and the education system.
This
Next
is
question?
continuing membership with CIF.
So we could technically wait to vote on this until the next meeting to
If
meet a
this
deadline
motion
with CIF?
fails, we could technically do that, but we have a motion and a second.
We could, okay. And if CIF technically could, based on these Supreme Court decisions that are pending, if they change the requirements, they could change the requirements in the agreement to comply with.
And we'll consult legal and figure out what next steps are.
Okay. Well,
As with most things, you know, we can reconsider if there is substantial new information that would cause us to reconsider.
Dan, you have something?
Yeah, you know, Maya, I think most people on this board would agree with you on this issue of males competing with girls. I think most people on this board would. But you're in the wrong arena. This is not the place for that fight.
Thank you, Dan, and I haven't finished yet. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Haven't finished yet.
Oh, you haven't
I haven't
finished.
finished.
I didn't understand what you said. My
Sorry.
apologies.
So my final remark is that I will be voting no on this resolution and the membership agreement based on my concerns that CIF is violating its own principle of fairness with regard to our female athletes. If you look at the 6 pillars of CIF, they are trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and good citizenship. So if we are saying that we are adhering to these pillars and we are supporting these, how can you say how can we say that we're being fair to our female athletes? I would like to get clarification, maybe in the future, on whether CIF is violating Title IX, whether the speech restrictions in Section 8 violate the First Amendment rights. Also, the Department of Justice is suing CIF in several school districts for violating Title IX. How do we know we are not going to be the next one? And there are 2 pending Supreme Court cases on this issue that will be decided in a week or 2. So I think it's in our best interest to delay this item for at least 2 weeks until we have more information from the Supreme Court. Most of us have daughters, and Darren have 3 daughters. I would think that you would want to stand with our female athletes for all the hard work that they have done and worked on since they were very young. I think that it's our duty to protect females in safe spaces, and on those podiums they have worked very hard, and we need to honor that.
So is there a question in there?
I'll have a question after we make our vote.
Okay, after the vote, okay. Was there a question in that last item?
No.
Okay. Roger, you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that CIF is struggling, like we're struggling. We have a California law and we have a federal law, and they oppose each other.
We've been in those shoes before.
Right, and so we have to follow California law, and it's up to the feds and the state to figure it out. Every district has been asking California to please clarify this issue. They've been asking our legislature to come up with something, something written in law, so we know what we're supposed to do, and they just haven't done it. So we're all sitting here in limbo. CIF's trying to follow the law as much as we're trying to follow the law. Until they come up with some clear statement that we know what to do, we just have to follow California at this point. So that's kind of where we are. It's very frustrating
Roger,
because nobody really knows.
Roger, why do you say we have to follow the state law and not federal? Just curious.
Because
President Drum,
we're
could
a
you call the
state-
question so that we could participate in,
Absolutely.
you know, next steps?
Thank you for that prompt. All those in favor of the motion on the table?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Board Member Perfect, you had a question?
I do. So, because I do agree with Maya on many of the issues that she's raised, I just don't think this is the way to go about having that fight. How do we find out where that fight should occur? And what board members might do to support one side or the other in this discussion?
Well,
And
first,
making decisions that work, you know, making federal and state law match and what's right for kids.
my suggestion is you use the term board member.
Yep.
We're members of CSBA. I think we should ask them for guidance and direction on this.
And maybe state legislators that
Sure.
we're familiar with,
Yeah.
right?
But I think CSBA has more, personally, I think they have more juice to carry this argument and this message than any of the individuals at the table.
And do we think that individuals communicating directly with San Diego's CIF would make us any progress in this?
Don't we have a seat at that table?
We have a couple of different ways, but there's the Board of Managers where Brian serves, and I don't know what the vehicle is to encourage them to fight this fight.
Let's ask staff to do some research and report back.
I can answer in a conversation with Assistant Commissioner this morning. The bylaws for CIF, exactly like the bylaws for Ramona Unified, say that they will follow California law. So when that changes, we will not need to regroup and decide a different course of action because CIF will fall in line with California law, just like Ramona Unified is required to do the same thing.
But is
Okay.
the San Diego section doing anything to get state and federal laws aligned?
There are there's legal counsel that is aware of the challenges. So, but I'm hoping that we don't see CIF as the person who is instigating this or starting this. They are implementing the laws exactly the way we are. I might add, as a school district. When that day comes when the law changes, they have bylaws in place that allow them to make an immediate change. It's not going to be dependent on districts saying, okay, well now, CIF, you better change now. They're going to be right in line with us.
The
This
laws
isn't
will not
coming from
change
CIF.
unless there's pressure to do so. And Maya, I totally understand, and if you figure out how we can pressure that,
My
let me
question
know.
is different. My question is why are we so scared of California lawsuits but
I
not scared of
understand.
federal lawsuits, even though federal law trumps state law? So why are we choose? It's a choice.
Yeah,
Why
that
are we
wasn't
choosing
the
one
issue
but
for
not
tonight,
another?
though. Tonight is, do we let our student athletes participate in CIF sanctioned sports? And the answer is yes.
So the next part of this agenda item is a vote on possibly approving the representatives from Ramona Unified to CIF. Is there a motion to support staff suggestions for the recommendations of our members?
I move to approve.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments for staff? Doesn't seem like it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on tonight's agenda is, I think it's item F5. This is a report on pilot of instructional materials for personal finance.
Okay, good evening, board. As a part of the consent calendar, the personal finance course was approved, and so we are doing a pilot for instructional materials come fall of the 26-27 school year. The proposed date will be beginning in August and ending in April, and we anticipate requesting approval in May of 2027. You all should have already received the memo and access to these materials. As with all district pilots, the access information will be in the hallway. It will go to school site councils, district advisory committees, and will be added to the instructional materials survey that is on the website. One fun fact that I think we should all celebrate is both of these instructional materials are free.
Nice.
Yay. Very nice.
Are students in the like online software that they can use for personal finance within Intuit?
This is the actual curriculum. I don't think they're getting a software. It's the actual like curriculum textbook.
I was just curious if that was included in.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Hey, any other questions for staff?
Yeah, just want to remark that it's nice that we have a choice of 2 instructional materials for finance. And I know we pilot often 2 or 3 alternatives when it's a pilot. That's why I was even more surprised when we only had 1 instructional material for AP English Education argument. That's why I didn't understand why, because I know we routinely do 2 or 3 or more alternatives for instructional materials pilots. So thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? There you go, Dan.
I am shocked that free is part of the economic lesson. I really am shocked, and I'm so shocked that I move to approve.
It's information only.
It's information only.
We'll be bringing it back for approval.
Sorry to steal your thunder, Dan.
Yeah,
Next item on the agenda, assuming everybody's okay moving forward,
yes.
is item F6. This is a report on the 2026-27 back-to-school night dates.
If you can believe it, we are in June, which means we are talking about the 26-27 school year. You'll see on this information item the back-to-school night dates listed. In addition to those dates and times, you will also notice when PTSA or PTA is having their beginning of the year kickoff meeting.
So will these show up in our calendars, in our Google calendars?
Yes, the superintendent's office will ensure that.
With the details about PTA and
Yes.
such. Thank you.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda is item F7. This is the report on informational local control and accountability report card, our LCAP. Who's going to handle this, Dr. Thurman?
That's me, but I just need the clicker from Jeremiah.
Oh, I saw you looking for somebody like
Yeah.
they were doing it. Perfect.
Thank you. So I kind of already stole my thunder a little bit during the strategic planning agenda item, but tonight I'm bringing forward the local control and accountability plan. This is our going into the 26-27 school year. This will be our 3rd year in a 3-year cycle. As I alluded to or explicitly said, actually, the strategic plan and the LCAP will become in alignment with one another. So moving forward after the 26-27 school year, as we settle in on those pillars or strategic action goals and actions, those will be embedded into our LCAP for the new cycle year after the towards the end of the 26-27 cycle. So To the board's point, many of our goals that are reflected in our LCAP are also reflected in our priority areas, and that just reinforces that the work we have really been targeting for the last few years with these particular goals on the LCAP were right on. It was another pulse check into our community, and actually a deeper dive as we did that with the strategic plan, with community focus groups and a strategic planning, and just getting that information as another data point to just confirm that what we have been saying is what our areas of focus should be. I think we're going to see some improvement in, as I mentioned before, those metrics and accountability, and that's what we've been looking for. As you all know, the LCAP itself is, we have 5 goals. Those are there up on the screen for you. I'm not going to go through each individual one. As I go through the slides tonight, I just want to draw your attention to anything that is bold. Because this is the 3rd year of a 3-year cycle, the plan itself stays the same unless there's a need to make a change. And so anything you see in bold will be where the change exists. So for example, for when we're looking at goal 1, we have been putting an emphasis on math framework and pilot. We will be bringing in August pilot materials. We've spent 2 days this week down at the acronym is LRDC. It's the display center where all of the learning resources are. We had 1 day with K-5 teachers and 1 day with 6-8. So we'll be bringing materials for an information item in August to pilot. So that is a big need to create a bold new bullet in goal 1, since goal 1 is about preparing our students for college and career and standards-based teaching and learning. In addition, through our engagement with our educational partners, you'll notice under 1.3 action, there is a bold bullet there where it's monitor growth of our music program. As we've talked about, we have Prop 28 funding that has come into the district, a considerable amount of money, and our partners during the LCAP process, during our meeting, said, can we monitor the growth of that music program? Now that we have band teachers at elementary, can we see if those band teachers at elementary are having an impact in the growth of our music program? Is it happening? Are we seeing the fruits of that in middle and high school? So we've added a metric so that we are matching that request from the partners into our LCAP as well, so we can kind of monitor that as we go.
So is that where we would add like high school choir if we wanted it?
If we're currently right now in elementary, it's band focus. We do not have any requests yet for any type of choir activities, though there is, as we've built out the schedule, because we are adding a 3rd band teacher this year, there may be room for those band teachers to expand music opportunities depending on the needs of what the students are saying they're interested in. Sometimes it's a jazz band or a drumming class. It just depends on what students are interested in.
I ask because I've heard that we have a vocal music program at Olive Pierce Middle School that's volunteer-led, I believe, and so
More
is
of an
there a way
after
for
school.
those students to continue on in high school?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Then as we move further into goal 1, you'll notice action 1.8. This is our Learning Recovery Block Grant action. As a reminder, Learning Recovery Block Grant is something that is temporary funding, and it was a part of, we were getting an extra 2/3 of that was originally taken back, and so we were looking for how can we continue to serve students in the best way. So you see it's actually not new. We already had a 3rd program specialist, but that program specialist position was going to go away. But we are temporarily funding that with Learning Recovery Block Grant because we know that our students with disabilities is one of our most neediest groups right now. And considering that I want to say it's like 40% of our teachers are either interns in our special education classes or in their first year or 2 of teaching, that program specialist position is extremely important to ensure that we're meeting not only compliance, but we're also coaching up those new teachers and interns so that we are providing, that opportunity for students and meeting the needs of their IEPs and not getting ourselves into any type of out of compliance situations. Moving into goal 2, there really aren't too many big changes here other than adding, based on educational partner feedback, adding some more explicit attention to positive behavior supports, restorative practices, and ensuring that we're including the campus supervisors in that. So those people that are out on the playground with students, making sure they're involved in that process at the school site and in the training. We are seeing, you've heard from, during the board workshop, I think it was Katie Scahan was in here, about behaviors, right? Behaviors are really ramping up in the classroom, especially at elementary, also at secondary, but we see those the littles have less self-regulation, and so behaviors are even higher there. And so you'll see a kind of a theme when we're talking about behavior throughout this, because that really came to the surface with all of our educational partners through surveys and through our meetings. Goal 2, you'll notice our 2.8 is our Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So that additional funding, we are going to increase behavioral support with 2 paraeducator 3 positions. This is for intensive staff training and monitoring of student progress. The intention behind these positions, they'll work with our BCBA on the MTSS side of the house. So this is on the general education side of the house, in hopes that we will be able to support both teachers and students with behavior support plans before there is a need for them to have a more individualized plan and then hop over onto the IEP side of things. And so we're trying to come at this challenge that we're seeing with behavior in the classroom with a more proactive approach, and try to eliminate the movement of those students from the need for the IEP. And then goal 3, there really is not a whole lot of shift other than our Family Resource Hub. If you haven't seen it yet, it is linked on the website. We've been working on that this year, and we're going to continue to work on that. And so that's where families can go for resources and really other really, relevant for a parent information. And then in addition to that, I actually can't tell if it's bold up there, and I think 3.1 is staying the same. It looks bold, but I don't think it is. We're just improving communication about events in school-wide district. That may be that we had to have more emphasis on that. Maybe people were feeling like it wasn't there. I'm not remembering 100% right now. Goal 4 has stayed the same. You can kind of see there isn't much bold here. We're going to continue to work and ensure that our facilities are safe and clean and well maintained. And then goal 4, you'll see a new action, 4.5, because we are working with our expanded learning program to construct a facility for Thrive and ELOP offices. So there will be potentially a modular building for that particular department, so they can continue to train, and we can spend the money that we have for the ELOP program. Goal 5, this is a Montecito goal for their equity multiplier money. You'll notice that there is bold in the actions. That's because they are increasing intervention supports and mental health support. So they're continuing to fund the additional counselor or portion of a counselor and social worker positions as well at Montecito and Future Bound. And then finally, we have professional learning and coaching to improve outcomes for all students, and using supplemental curriculum for college and career readiness. Any questions about the LCAP?
Just an observation. I find it kind of humorous that the whole point of the LCAP was to combine all the money into just one pot of money, and yet we're funding it with all these grants. I find that it's like we have all these categoricals, which is really funny.
Yes, so the intention was that we would just have LCFF, and then as years have progressed, and I think Tori will speak to that in her budget report tonight, all of the different monies that have come in, we choose in Ramona Unified to include everything, title dollars. We really put almost all of our funding in the LCAP, just for transparency purposes for our community and all of our partners.
think it's very smart that you are going to combine LCAP with a Studer strategic plan because you're right. Why serve two masters? It's why do double the work? Yeah,
Yes.
twice the work.
All right, this is information only. Are there any other questions or comments for staff? All right, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is item F8. This is a public hearing to receive comments from the public regarding the local control and accountability report card. I will now open the public hearing. This is the opportunity for members of the public to come up and be heard, whether or not they have filled out a request to speak card. Seeing nobody coming forward, I will now close the public hearing.
And as a reminder, I will be bringing the LCAP back in 2 weeks to the June 25th meeting, and that's where we'll actually approve the LCAP.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item on the agenda is item G2. This is the approval of the memorandum of understanding between Ramona Unified School District and the Ramona Teachers Association regarding college and career access pathway.
Members of the board, this is an MOU between RUSD and RTA regarding dual enrollment opportunities for our district's high school students. We had an MOU last year. We needed a similar MOU for the upcoming 26-27 school year, allowing us to offer dual enrollment with Palomar College. This is an action item.
I move approval.
I'll second.
Questions?
Question for staff?
Yes, I know Palomar classes have traditionally been offered in the evenings at our CMS, at RCM, Ramona Community Campus, once or twice per week. I would like to have a better understanding of how the proposed RHS Palomar model will operate. For example, I would appreciate clarification regarding the proposed Palomar College partnership, a model of RHS specifically. What is a tethered teacher and what role does a tethered teacher play in this program?
So in May of 2025, the board approved the CCAP agreement, to which there's the partnership between Palomar and Ramona Unified, where we're housing on the Ramona High School campus courses that are taught by a Palomar teacher to our Ramona Unified students. Because the schedule for Palomar and the schedule for Ramona Unified doesn't totally align 100%, we have a tethered teacher that is also attached to the course. In this particular case, it is the NJROTC teacher who has an open period. And so they will be tethered to that class, meaning they will be not teaching the class, but a part of helping with the grades, helping with supervision when the Palomar professor isn't on campus. That is the role of the tethered teacher, to ensure the accountability of the. So a Palomar teacher can't get into Power School and upload grades or do those pieces that are in the RUSD system. They can only do that in the Palomar system. So our teacher does that portion of that work and is also providing the supervision for the students under the Ramona Unified umbrella, in particular when Palomar professors are not on campus as well, and also doing the advisory check-ins for those kids to ensure that those kids are continuing to do the college work that they're signed up for in the on the RHS campus.
So is it not going to be in the evening?
So no, there are no classes at Ramona High School. The CCAP agreement is for during the school day. Our agreement with Palomar to offer night classes at the Ramona Community Campus is completely separate. We do coordinate the classes so we don't have overlap and we're not diluting the evening classes because of our dual enrollment classes. And so we ensure that we have clear communication between both of those two teams at Palomar. So we wouldn't be offering an English during the school day and an English class at night. That would dilute our course numbers. So we have history is currently an offering, though we probably won't be running it for 26-27 because there weren't enough students. We have AME 105, which is a part of our emergency services pathway, and we have ASL 101 and 102, I think, if I remember those numbers correctly, so that we're offering another language other than English to our students.
So which history? US, world, European?
US.
Yes. Thank you. So evening classes at Ramona Community stay?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? This is an action item. Is there a motion?
I think we already
Already I made a motion. Who was the second?
Right. I was the second.
I apologize.
Second by me.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item G3. This is the approval of AB 1200, which is the disclosure cost and approval of tentative agreement between Ramona Unified School District and the California School Employee Association, CSEA, and its Chapter 733.
I'll move approval. Sorry. We know what this is. We do.
Okay, we have a motion for an
Sorry.
approval. Is there a second?
I'll second. Oh,
You're welcome, Mr. Newman.
you can give it to Dan.
There's a motion and a second. Any questions for staff? All those in favor?
Comments?
Oh, hang on. She has a comment.
Okay. So just like last time, each employee association agreement brought to the board in open session reflects a significant time spent on union negotiations and behind-the-scenes work by multiple departments, but collective bargaining is required under California law. This 1% increase will cost the district $225,000. Classified staff already receive automatic step and range increases every year under our current salary schedule, which stipulates that the calculation shall be 5% with each increased step and 2.5% with each increased range. Considering the drastic budget cuts our district faces this year and over the next 2 years, when we had to lay off campus security officers, librarians, and cut bus routes, I do not believe it is ethical or logical to approve an additional 1% of scheduled salary increase for anyone at this time. This is not a reflection of the employee's quality of work, nor is it directed against anyone personally. Rather, it is based on a general principle that I have consistently reiterated with regard to all categories of employees. Given today's projected budget challenges, I believe we should continue exercising financial restraint. Approving an additional 1% raise for classified staff beyond the already guaranteed step and range increases would, in my view, signal that we are prioritizing additional compensation for already employed staff over preserving student-facing services, safety and support positions during a financial crisis. I voted against salary increases last year, this year, and I will continue to do so again, based on the same principle. So I make a motion to adopt the agreement as presented with the amendment to exclude 1% of scheduled salary increase.
We can't have a competing motion until we vote on the first one. So we do have a motion and a second on the table. Are there any other questions or comments for staff? All right, all those in favor of the motion that is currently out there? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Next item on the agenda is item H1. You asked to have this pulled from consent, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, there's a contract with the County Office of Education regarding SD 9 up contract, and I was interested to know the County Offices of Education specific definition of historically underserved students. I'm asking because this term is sometimes used to define eligibility or participation based on race, skin color, or ethnicity. And programs that use such criteria are currently being challenged in federal court. Therefore, before approving this contract, I want to make sure that this is not the case here. My question is, what specific criteria will be used by our district to determine whether this particular student qualifies as historically underserved, and also definition by the County Office of Education what exactly they mean under that. In particular, I would like to understand whether this determination is based on race, ethnicity, skin color, socioeconomic status, geographic location, educational background, or some other factors?
Thank you for your question, Member Phillips. Historically, underserved students in this regard is typically referring to your unduplicated pupil count students, because typically those students require more supports. Hence, that's why we get additional supplemental and concentration dollars to support additional learning opportunities for those students. So that would be your students that qualify for free and reduced price meals, English learners, foster youth, homeless youth, and youth of that nature. Additionally, the school site could also use local indicators of to identify underperforming students that would also benefit from supports in this program.
So underperforming student, it has to be historically underserved. What if this underperforming student is not historically underserved? That's my question about the definition. I know what's understood, but if there is a term used somewhere, there has to be a definition by that entity that introduces this term. So what is it? The definition by the County Office of Education. Does it have, I know what is meant, but we shouldn't rely on what's meant, assume.
We will be serving unduplicated pupil count students.
Sorry?
We will be serving unduplicated pupil count students.
So is there a definition by the county office or not? They don't give any. No, for historic underserved, because this contract is with the County Office of Education. It means that's how they introduce the population they're going to serve. And that's why I wonder how they define this, historically underserved students.
They're going to be providing professional development for our staff to support our unduplicated pupil count students that could benefit from this program.
That's in their words.
Staff development.
Yes.
So what's in their words it is? I still not hearing that's coming from the county. I mean, I understand that's how we interpret it.
That's the students that we will be serving in this program. I don't have any other information.
Is it
for
our
you at this
interpretation?
time.
Is it our interpretation?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Is it our interpretation what historic underserved student is?
Well, we can ask staff. Brian,
Yes.
if you would
Yeah, that is
follow up
the-
with county ed?
We did,
Oh, okay.
and it's the unduplicated students. Do you understand who the unduplicated students are?
Yes, but I'm asking if that's what the definition of the county office is.
He just told you, yes, it was.
Yes.
Do you have any other questions?
It's coming from the county, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the county equates historic underserved with unduplicated.
I think they just said yes.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
Is there a motion to approve this item?
Wait, which I, wait.
Because
I have a question about another contract. You mean the entire item like contracted services?
Oh, you have other questions?
Yeah, about another contract, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. A Discovery Education contract for $20,800. And
What page are you on?
it's,
Page 1.
okay, page
Page
probably
one,
one.
thank you.
And so I couldn't ask the question during to-buy meeting because it was not in the draft agenda. This contract was not in our draft. And also another contract that was Tools of Mind was also not in the draft. That's something new. I just noticed it. So after doing research, I have no objections to the Tools of Mind contract. On the other hand, the Discovery Education contract for $20,800 in Dreambox math program on the computer designed for K-8 learners. So I'm opposed to screens for elementary schools, especially for early grades. As more research comes out, more districts shift away from one-on-one device use and drastically reduce the screen time or eliminate it altogether. For example, Los Angeles Unified is working on a plan to have the following limits for their district. TK to first grade, 0 minutes per day. Second to third grade, 0 to 20 minutes per day. Fourth to fifth grade, 0 to 30 minutes per day. So I make a motion to approve the contracted services as presented, excluding the Discovery Education contract for $20,800.
Okay, we have a motion out there. Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. I can tell you that from personal experience, Dreambox is valuable.
It's a pretty awesome.
Yeah, it really is. I've had my kids use it, and it's another tool that helps them understand math and gives them immediate feedback and
In a fun way.
really, I agree. So having said that, I will make a motion that we approve this agenda item as written.
I'll second that.
Any other comments or questions?
Just wanted to point out that that's being paid for with Proposition 20 lottery funds, and lottery funds are given to us every year. And we do have constraints on how we can use them. I think this is a very appropriate way.
All right, we have a motion out there. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1.
I am interested in what Board Member Phillips said about the screen time in other districts and, just exploring where we are on the spectrum of screen use compared to other districts and what data might exist to reduce screen time when appropriate.
All right. Staff's going to be taking some notes.
Yeah.
All right, next item on the agenda is item H6. This is the presentation of the proposed budget for the 2026-2027 school year. You are on.
Good evening, board members. I have the privilege of providing you with the presentation on the 26-27 proposed budget. Tonight, this is an information item, and next board meeting on June 25th, we will be bringing this forward for adoption and approval. So tonight, I will be providing you information regarding the governor's budget proposal that was originally put out in January, as well as the May revise. I will also be providing you with historical spending trends and how those relate to the projections going forward in certain categories. I'll also be providing you with information about the 25-26 estimated actuals and what we've updated since second interim and how that relates into the 26-27 budget. We'll also go over the multi-year budget assumptions, which help to drive the multi-year projection. And lastly, we will talk about the planning for future years. So if I get started with this, so the governor's budget proposal in January, as well as the May revise, still provided for Proposition 98 funding maneuvers. So for the current year, Prop 98 still is going to remain not fully funded. The governor has chosen to withhold some of the funds for the current year in order to help. They thought because they wanted to remain conservative on their revenue in case revenues haven't come in. But we all know from countless updates and everything that revenues have far exceeded projections. So there's the belief that that is helping to fund the non-Prop 98 side of the budget. And while there's maneuvers, we aren't going to know when those funds are coming back to us, there's the recommendation of just suspending Prop 98 for the current year so that the Constitution then has it written in the California Constitution that those funds will come back to school districts and within a certain amount of time. But right now, that's being worked out, and hopefully when the budget for next year is enacted, we will have more information about the fully funding for the current fiscal year.
That was said very nicely. I would have just said, they're stealing our money.
In addition to that, the cost of living adjustment, or the COLA, went from being proposed at 2.41% in January to 4.31% in the May revise, with a caveat
Requirement.
leave requirement or leave provision should it be approved. They're independent of one another, so potentially one could be approved and the other not, whether it's the leave provision and not the COLA, or the COLA and not the leave provision, or it could be both. That was the governor's idea. It's gaining traction, and it's looking like both are going to be coming to fruition. So that was a difference in the May revise versus the January budget proposal. In addition to those two things, there's also another funding proposal of an additional student support and professional development discretionary block grant again for this upcoming fiscal year. We received one for 25-26, and it was fully discretionary. 26-27, they are also proposing that will come to us again, and the funding amount is still uncertain. In addition to that, there may or may not be some restrictions on those funds. We don't know yet until the trailer bill language comes out with the enacted budget. But in addition to that, and what's really exciting and important to highlight is the fact that the governor's budget also is providing for additional funding for special education. That's been a pretty unprecedented change in this current upcoming fiscal year, is that there was the proposal in January of an additional $999 per ADA for special education from the state funding, this is separate from the federal, which would then help relieve districts of some of their unrestricted general fund contribution. And since the January budget proposal of $999, it's now gone to $1,340 per ADA. So that's really exciting, and we're hopeful to see that be included in the enacted budget once it's finalized and approved by both sides of the House. There's still federal government uncertainty. We don't really know what is going to happen with Title II, Title III, Title IV funds from the federal level. It's been proposed that they will all be consolidated and then become part of a competitive grant. We just don't know yet. So we're keeping eye on that because it could potentially affect our budget. Fortunately, it's not a very large part of our budget, but nonetheless, it will have an impact. So that is something that we need to be aware of and watching carefully. Now, this is really important because this ties into the last slide that I was talking about. So there's special assumptions in our 2026-2027 budget, and I want to make sure that this is really understood right now. So because there is a perceived risk involved with these heightened or increased items in the governor's May revise, it has been the direction from the San Diego County Office of Ed that we use the statutory COLA in building this budget. So we did not use the 4.31 that the governor proposed. We used the 2.87, which is the statutory finalized COLA that came about in April, once all of the indicators that go into deciding what the COLA is going to be were finalized. So our LCFF for next year right now includes the 2.87, not the 4.31%. In addition to that, because we don't have the 4.31% in our budget, there also isn't the expenditure for paid pregnancy disability leave. If that comes to fruition, it will be added to the budget. Hopefully, if that comes to fruition, there will be the funded 4.31% COLA as well to help pay for it. So neither of those incremental increases or additions are in the budget. In addition to that, the special education funding is also perceived, the additional special education funding is perceived to have risk to it as well. So the San Diego County Office of Ed also directed us not to include the additional funding for special education. So we built the budget using the additional funds up to the $999 per ADA, but not to the $1,340. So I just really want to make sure that that is understood. Also, we didn't include the SPUD bug, or the Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant, also known as SPUD bug. It's easier to say. It rolls off the tongue a bit easier, in the budget either. So what's going to happen is, if these items are included in the budget, in the enacted budget for the state, we are absolutely going to be bringing forth a 45-day budget revision. And it will have these items in it, and that will be happening soon. And I'll talk more about that at the very end of this slide presentation. I just wanted to make sure that that is known up front as we go through this budget, what is and what isn't included in this, okay? So going forward, here's the assumptions used in the budget development. As you can see highlighted on row 2 for 26-27, it's the 2.87% and not the 4.31. It's in bold because it's changed since the second interim presentation that we had in March. And as you can see, the out years are not bolded because those remained the same as what was in the governor's budget proposal in January. The PERS statutory rate has slightly changed for 27-28, although it's not finalized. It's just the estimate for what the rate will be will change. Same with minimum wage for 27-28 of $18. It was at $17.90, and again, that gets finalized as it gets closer to that year. It is subject to change. And lastly, lines 11, 12, and 13, we had a slight improvement in our P2 ADA numbers from what we had estimated at second interim, excuse me. So that helped to change and improve some of our estimates going out. However, we're still projected and expecting to see a decline of 100 students a year each year going forward. We're still not, even with the anticipated projects that are going to be coming into the community, we're only going to see a generation of about 30, maybe 35 students. That's kind of the projection per year. So we've been losing more than 100 students a year. So we feel that 100 students is a safe bet right now.
That's at all levels.
Say that again?
That's at all levels, right?
Yes, that's correct. So we use these assumptions in developing the budget as well as the multi-year projection.
All this has been presented to both unions, right?
No, the board receives this first before anybody.
Okay, but they're going to be receiving this information.
Yes, this is public knowledge after this meeting. This is, and the budget's been available for review, and it's been posted since Friday. But the presentation comes to you guys first. The insurance costs for next year, I'm happy to report that we aren't having to pay into the AB 452 cost pool for 26-27. So as you can see, the second column from the right doesn't have an amount shaded in green, and that's because they did an actuarial study on the cost pool and figured that if you had made the full payment from the prior year, you wouldn't need to be making a payment this year. So that there's enough funding in the pool for it to not have to sustain another payment. So that we're thankful for that. And but we are anticipating those cost pool payments to be resuming in 27-28. So that's why in the far right column you see an amount in the green shaded area of $433,610. Property and liability insurance did go up a bit just because of experiences, the entire market is increasing, just like health insurance, property liability insurance, the market as a whole is experiencing increased rates. So we do have a slight increase for 26, 27, and we project that again for 27, 28. Yes?
Who do we buy our insurance from?
We are part of a joint powers association, so we are in a pool with other districts within San Diego County. Most districts are part of this JPA, Joint Powers Association, and that helps us to be able to get much better rates for insurance because it's a much larger pool, and as well in that you have some that have higher exposure or experiences and lower, and it kind of just equals out across the pool. So it's a really beneficial way for districts to try to experience some cost savings. You're welcome. Going on to special education funding on slide 7, I just wanted to show that the spending and the relation for the special education program to the unrestricted general fund and the contributions. As you can see on the far right side of the page, we are showing that the contribution for special education from 25-26 to 26-27 is only going to grow by about $220,000. Yet if you look at the total expenditures, that's the blue bars that go up and down. The expenditures are projected to increase by about $1.1 million. And the reason that the contribution is pretty much staying static, give or take $200,000, is because of that additional funding at the $999 level. Right. That's that additional state funding coming into play there, and that's why we're experiencing only that slight increase in relation to the expenditures increasing over $1 million. Now, if that funding comes in at 1,340, like it's anticipated to, if that happens and what's proposed by the governor, that contribution that you see, provided expenditures stay the same and do not change, that 11,642,000 will go down because the amount of funding that goes specifically towards the program will be higher, which will require less from the unrestricted general fund. In addition to that, we have our annual LCFF funding components here. And as you can see, we have, you can see that our enrollment is declining. Those are the slide's gone. Yeah, it is. And yeah, there's supposed to be a slide in here. I don't.
We have one.
Yes, I beg your pardon because I don't know what happened to it. It was
after
What
that.
What happened to that slide?
What
It
happened
was
to
over
mine?
6,000.
Huh?
Are you gonna use this one? I think that was 10 years for you.
Do you want to work from the paper version?
It's just that the
Yes,
slides
I
are
can
switched.
absolutely work for the paper version. And just for the recording, for some reason, slide number 8 is not,
In yours?
We have it here.
We have it.
Yeah.
Just it's not up there.
Yeah,
it's,
it's okay.
What'd you do with it, Jeremiah?
okay. So I'm going to continue. So the slide that we have is another slide with regards to the special education program. And it identifies the special education student counts, the expenses, and the unrestricted general fund contribution information in relation to the program itself. So you can see over time that the special education student count increases has increased year over year. Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll do it later. Which one is it? 13? Okay, somehow it got repositioned in the slide deck, so
Oh,
I beg your pardon.
very
I knew
good.
it was there. I'm like,
Right.
I don't know what happened.
You're doing great.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you can see, each year, the student count is going up as well, and that identification rate is in relation to the total amount of enrollment every year. So it's going up, the student count goes up by, an average of 5% a year, but the identification rate in relation to overall enrollment in the district, it's going up about 1% a year. And you can just see it in relation to the expenditures, and that, which makes the average cost per student go up. It's just for information. We wanted to make sure that you guys could just see the trends in the program itself.
It's almost 4 times the cost of a regular student.
Correct. So that was just for more knowledge regarding the program. So I beg your pardon, I'm going to go back again. And the next slide is regarding the annual LCFF components. So the annual LCFF components, as you can see, we have the enrollment per year across the bottom. That's the numbers in blue. And you can see that most of the LCFF that we receive each year is the base grant. We also receive supplemental and concentration once our UPP is over 55%. And currently our UPP is right around 61%. And so that helps us with the additional funding that we receive on top of our base. And I wanted to show you this slide because, as you can see, our enrollment is declining every year. And we are, while we're receiving more LCFF every year, we're not materializing the full COLA. It's not being actualized because of the fact that we are declining in enrollment. So each year that there is a COLA, we aren't receiving that or receiving much less than whatever the COLA is funded at that year because we are declining in enrollment. If we had flat enrollment or we had growth, we would experience the full COLA every year. And right now for next year, we're looking to receive a lot less than the 2.87% because we're projecting more continued enrollment loss.
Right.
So now looking at the revised estimated actuals for this year, 25-26, and the proposed budget for 26-27, you can see here that the LCFF sources, we have 63.9 million for the unrestricted side of the general fund, and we will see an increase for next year. That's on line 3, and that our overall revenues are going to be going up slightly from 25-26 to 26-27. And on the restricted side, you see them going down, and that's because we have expiring one-time funds, and we also don't have the additional spud bug in the budget for next year. And as you can see, our expenditures are totaling 58.4 million for 25-26 on the unrestricted side, 34.8 on the restricted, and they will be going up slightly for next year on the unrestricted side and down on the restricted side. Taking all of this into account, waiting for it to go. There. Thank you. This is also the components of ending fund balance for each fiscal year. For this year, we are estimating to have an ending fund balance in the unrestricted general fund, that's line 7, of 11.9 million in the unrestricted side of the budget and 7.7 million on the restricted side. We have the commitments on the far right side of the screen for 25-26, and we are anticipating meeting our 5% reserve. In addition to that, for 26-27, we are also looking to meet our 5% reserve and have commitments for facility improvements as well as electric battery replacement. I do want to note for 25-26, the facility improvements commitment is so high because we had budget in the current year for facility improvements, and those items did not take place this year, so it's now being budgeted to the next year in order for projects to happen next year. And I'll have another slide on that here in just a few minutes. And then as you see, after 26-27, the facility improvements commitment is less due to the fact that the difference was budgeted in the 26-27 fiscal year. Now, looking at the multi-year projection, and again, this has all those scenarios built into it that I talked about earlier in the budget. So the lower the lower COLA, the lower special education funding, not the additional discretionary block grant. We are looking to end this 26-27 year with an ending fund balance of $7,032,243. That's on line 19. And then I want to show in 27-28 and 28-29, you can see revenues are going up. However, there's also a budgeted or an anticipated transfer from Fund 17 happening on line 3, as well as anticipated budget reductions happening on line 5. The 27-28 amount is lower than it was. It was at $4 million. It's less because there's additional funding that's coming in for special education, which is lowering it's providing relief on the unrestricted side of the general fund. Nonetheless, the budget reductions are still there due to the fact that we are still deficit spending. And you can see that on line 6. And we also will have to have the need for budget reductions in 28-29. Now, if those items that I talked about previously come to fruition in the governor's enacted budget and all expenditures stay the same in 26-27, you will definitely see reductions to these amounts because there's going to be more revenue coming in that would provide relief on these budget reductions. And you would see that also provided in the information on that provided in the 45-day budget revision. Okay? Does that make sense? I'm trying to make sure it's all very clear that these numbers are determined based on the conservative budgets that's there, and if things change and more revenue comes in, but we keep expenditures at the same level that we have projected, we can lower those budget reductions. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm very clear on that.
And we'll find that out on June 30th, or?
We should by June 30th. Hopefully sooner than that, hopefully by June 15th or a little bit after that, but definitely by June 30th, because if they don't pass the budget by June 30th, they don't get paid. So there's an incentive to get that done at the state level. And usually they have, ever since that got put into fruition, it's happened every year. So I don't foresee that happening, especially in an election year. For a governor, I'm sure they're gonna make sure to get that done. You know, and for the other positions as well that are coming up for election. So with regards to the facility projects, the top part of this slide includes the general fund paid for facility projects that are included in the multi-year projection. This lists the project, the estimated cost, and the project year in which that will happen in. And we are anticipating doing the DO roof replacement next year. And you can see that it has a highlight, an asterisk next to it, and that identifies that it's partially funded with restricted funds. So we used the spud bug funds for 25-26 to pay the 1% off schedule compensation, one that you approved this evening, the others you approved at the last board meeting. That took up some of those funds, and an $800,000 from that's remaining will be allocated to the DO roof replacement project. Line 3 is the Thrive building that Leslie mentioned earlier as one of the LCAP goals. That's going to be paid for using ELOP funds. We need to do a fire system upgrade at one of the school sites. That's included, as well as the OPMS Wellness Center, which is going to be paid for utilizing the CYBHI grant funds. That's $130,000 in that planning grant. And I know a lot of you took a tour last fall of wellness centers. That's going to be coming forward to you guys soon and going out for bid. There's the remaining roof labeling, and then the Mount Woodson roof replacement for 27-28, and the OPMS RHS H-wing roof replacement for 28-29. The general fund can't sustain a really large facility project, more than one a year right now. So that's the plan going out into the future years for the unrestricted general fund. In addition to that, we do have funds that we set aside in Fund 40 every year. And we will be utilizing those for fencing projects, as well as an additional fire system upgrade in 27-28, and RE fencing as well, bringing their 8th Street fence up higher. And those are all scheduled to be paid for out of Fund 40. Is there any questions? Okay. Lastly, planning for future years. So next board meeting is going to be the approval of the budget for 26-27. In addition to that, I have to bring forth a resolution based on the reductions identified in this budget and the multi-year projection that I presented tonight at the levels that are identified in this presentation. Those that I'm having to bring a resolution forward for that at the next board meeting. So I just want to make sure that that's known, even though those numbers could absolutely change based on what gets enacted in the budget. Nonetheless, we have to adopt our budget, and that would then get changed at first interim when another resolution will come forward. We also will do, like I have mentioned a few times now, a 45-day budget revision based on any changes that come out of the budget that the enacted budget that are material in nature, which I fully expect there to be a 45-day budget revision. Those changes will be incorporated into the unaudited actuals presentation then that you will see in September. Those will all be incorporated just like they were last year. Additionally, because there will still be a need for budget reductions, just not necessarily to the magnitude as identified tonight, we still need to do the development of a budget stabilization plan. And with that, we are also looking at options because we've already done reductions in workforce. We're looking at different things, perhaps recommending reducing the reserve requirement. We have the additional 2% that is required right now by the board, potentially removing that and having an experience of a one-time savings. We're also looking at school boundary changes, possibly repurposing property in the district or selling property. We're going to look at all of these different options and be bringing forth recommendations here at a future date. Lastly, we're going to have the 26-27 first interim report that will be presented in December to you all, and with that there will need to be a detailed list of the potential budget reductions for 27-28 and 28-29, and those will be at the revised, most likely, I got to say most likely, revised amounts. I know that was a lot of information and it was a very long presentation this time, but I felt it was really important to stress some of those areas because everybody's building their budgets differently based on this May revise. It is just such, there's such differing opinions on the information in it and whether it's going to come to fruition or not, but most people and agencies feel that this budget is going to be approved the way it is or perhaps have more. But we were directed to budget conservatively, so I had to go with that because it's much easier to add to a budget than it is to take away. So, I really look forward to providing you more information as soon as it's available.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
may I compliment Tori on taking something that is highly complex with moving parts and reducing it to a document that we can all understand.
Thank you.
It's just
Nice
an
job.
amazing
Thank you
job.
very
Yep,
much.
well
I
done.
appreciate
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, that was one of the best presentations I think we've ever had.
Really good.
Thank you.
It's really
I
well
really
done.
appreciate that very much.
I have a question.
Yes.
You showed us the slide with declining enrollment,
Yes.
and it seems like you're saying we're losing about 100 students.
Yes.
So
We've actually,
just through attrition, naturally, we're going to have to reduce employees. So losing 100 students, how many employees does that equal?
unfortunately, the calculations are not that easy because students don't come in nice, perfect segments, bundles.
I know, but I'm just saying.
But what
is that
the staff and we will have to be looking very carefully at our staffing to see whether or not we need to, are we in excess of what is needed,
Right.
based on the students and the enrollment, and make adjustments as needed and necessary. And there, I'm sure that we'll experience retirements and
Right.
and then recoup some savings there in that regard. I just, until we see what actually comes in, but right now we're seeing lower enrollment for next year.
And
We're
the odd thing
definitely
about
seeing
that
that.
is there are many positions in the district that, whether we have 4,500 students or 5,000 students, we still need those positions.
Absolutely.
We still need to maintain our campuses.
That's why we're looking at all options.
Right,
And
yeah.
seeing what other options we have available to us because, yeah.
Yeah. It makes the first part of the year very difficult for our administrative leadership team. And I know parents oftentimes get upset when we have to change classrooms a week or two into the school year, or 3, and then we have to move students and hire extra.
We are hoping that moving the registration process forward, like we did this year, this was the first year where we started it all in April and not having just new student registration in April and back to school registration in July, that that's going to really help with being able to plan, because most students or back to school registration has already taken place. It's done. And, I'm sure we're going to have some people, new
Changes.
that come or that come on the first day and want to enroll students or need to re-enroll.
Let's hope.
I'm sure we're going to experience some of that, but having the registration process happen earlier has really been helpful for planning purposes. And, principals are already looking at their staffing and what their projected enrollment is right now based on what we know and who we know about. And it's helpful. It's really helpful.
Any questions for staff on the budget presentation? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item H7. This is a public hearing to receive input on the proposed budget for the 26-27 school year. I will now open the public hearing. This is the opportunity for any member of the public to come forward and be heard on their input for the proposed budget. Seeing nobody coming forward, I will now close the public hearing and move on to the next agenda item. Next item on the agenda is item H8. This is the approval to award the proposal for photography services, RFP number 262701.
Governing Board, the district issued a request for proposals, or an RFP, for photography services on May 8th of 2026. The RFP was advertised on the district's website, in trade publications, and through other industry channels. In addition, the proposal was distributed to vendors registered with the district. A review committee consisting of staff from Human Resources, Finance, and Purchasing evaluated the proposals using the criteria outlined in the RFP, including pricing, services offered, qualifications, value-added services, and overall ability to meet the district's needs. Based on the evaluation process, Life Touch Photography received the highest overall score of 9.75. Therefore, staff recommends awarding the photography services contract to Life Touch Photography for the 26-27 school year, with the district retaining the option to execute up to 4 additional one-year extensions.
Was Life Touch our previous photographer as well?
Correct.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
So, in the scoring criteria, I see a lot of great things there. But I think we've heard in this boardroom, and I know I've received some emails, was concerns about Life Touch and student safety. And I don't quite understand what the details of that concern is, but I think staff has had some communications with the families that are concerned about that. Is that a legitimate concern? I don't see it on the criteria scoring.
I would ask Mr. Newman if he could come up. He's had the most conversations with
I
them
did see
from the
HR
onset.
was listed here, and I appreciate that because I would imagine that Tony in his HR capacity did evaluate,
And you presented
Risk.
on this 2 meetings ago? 1 meeting ago? Okay.
And so is your question whether or not, your question was whether or not security was one of the factors as far as the grading? Is that?
That is part of my question.
Yeah, it was.
It's not listed here.
Whether it's listed there or not, it was one of the
It was a
factors
factor
as
that
it
was
went into the
considered.
grading, the evaluation system.
Is there a risk to our students or staff regarding safety, use of their images, any private information?
We do not
anything to be
believe so. Based
concerned
upon
about?
the information that we have, we actually believe that Life Touch is the safest of the companies, based upon the information that was provided by each of these companies. We believe that the safeguards that are in place by Life Touch are the safest that are in place. Their company has the safeguards that are there to protect against.
So what was the concern that families had?
There were some concerns regarding some connections. There was a social media, rumors that were placed on social media regarding connections, regarding some of the some of the owners, or some of the stakeholders, shareholders regarding the
Parent company?
the parent company connected to, it was Shutterfly, I believe it was, regarding that, the connection. So it was at a really high level of ownership beyond Life Touch, but as far as the actual, as far as the protection of the images and as far as protecting the children and the pictures, those were not the concerns. And also the concerns that of those rumors were unfounded as far as investigations it was reported by numerous news outlets that those were unfounded rumors.
So the actual people from any of these companies, are they vetted thoroughly? Do you know what that process is? Background checks?
As far as the people that come and provide the services?
That are actually working with our staff and students?
Yes. They are vetted. They go through a process of being vetted by the company, and we're very comfortable with the process that they provide.
They have to be fingerprinted, background check.
Correct.
And we have assurance that that's
Yep.
done
Yes.
properly?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, I see this proposal in the evaluation score. Maybe if I scroll down, do I see dollar amount differences somewhere?
Most
Or
of
just
the
the
dollar amounts pertain, no, you don't. They pertain to costs that the families would pay for
Got it.
the photo packages. And we made sure, and that's part of the bullets up there that says proposed pricing. They provided the best pricing for packages to families, and that was one of the grading criteria.
Thank you. And then, so far as services that the district receives, is that basically ID cards and yearbook photos?
It's also the printers to be able to print the ID cards at at the sites. It's the sittings, the sites. It's a various different products that they provide. Each of the settings, the elementary, the middle school, and the high school have different packages that they offer.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the photo packages that families can purchase. What does the district use from these services? Is it ID cards for staff and students and yearbook photos, or are there more things?
There's more things than that as well, and they're under the value-added services and items. So there's also banners.
Rewards, certificates, recognition.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I move approval.
Motion and a second. Any other comments or questions for staff?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item H9. This is the approval to award proposal for Thrive Services, RFP number 262702.
Thank you very much, President Drum. I have another approval of an award for another RFP package, and this is for Thrive Services to provide enrichment opportunities and support services for students participating in the district's expanded learning program. The RFP was advertised on the district's website in appropriate publications and distributed to interested vendors. The district received multiple responsive proposals, which were reviewed and evaluated by a committee consisting of staff from the expanding learning, finance, and purchasing departments. Proposals were evaluated based on criteria outlined in the RFP, including cost, description of services, experience and expertise, and the completeness of the proposal package. Based on the evaluation process, staff is recommending that the award of contracts to the vendors ranked first, second, and third as identified in the table included in the board item for services in the categories of performing arts, visual arts, STEM, chess, and recreational sports and fitness. These vendors received the highest overall scores and were determined to best meet the needs of the district's Thrive program. The contracts will be for an additional term for an initial term of 3 years, with the district retaining the option to execute up to 2 additional 1-year extensions that are ranked 1, 2, and 3. And
So only the best, the top
yes,
three
the top
in
three
each of these
in
areas.
each category, correct. And we did that because, let's say, at a certain time of the year, for instance, I'm going to take performing arts. Let's say at a certain time in the year, Concord Education can't provide service for a time frame where we need it for performing arts. That's when we will reach out to Lovely Leaps. And if Lovely Leaps isn't available at the time, it'll be stay after school. That's why there's 3 in each area. So that we're fully expecting that the companies in rank 1 are going to be the only ones providing the service. However, we want to be able to have that contingency in case there's a need to be able to reach out to a rank 2 or a rank 3.
So I conducted an experiment because I was curious how it works. So I fed all those criteria to AI cost, whatever, all the bullet points. Also asked to evaluate all the companies, also list of those companies. I was just curious what the result is going to be. Of course, AI pulls information from the internet, including all the reviews and everything they can get their hands on. And results are some similar, some not so much. For example, Concord Education, Creative Brain were listed as best for multi-category integration. Lovely Leaps were rated as number 1 for performing arts. Creative Brain was rated number 1 for visual arts. Concord Education was rated number 1 for STEM. Level Up for chess, which coincides with this one, and Amazing Athletes for sports and fitness recreational. So I don't know if you tried to do that or just like manual ranking.
These are very complex bid packages that are sent in with, binders and pamphlets. I mean, big, things of stuff, because it's the proposal that we give them is this thick. They have to meet every single piece of criteria in here. And so it's a very lengthy process. It's not just something that can be fed into AI and having it spit out.
It was based on the information that was available on the internet from other sources.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they make their judgment. But are you saying the packet was filled out by the companies, or?
Yes.
Okay.
They complete their packet and then they submit it for evaluation. And then there's an evaluation process based on all of the criteria in the RFP, and the rankings happen and the grading happens, and then these are the companies that ranked the highest in each category.
So some of the numbers, figures, they fill out probably objective like a cost. It's a hard number. But some other things, like quality of services, how do you check that? Of course, they may say, oh, we are the best, or do you check any online reviews or some other references? I don't know if that's one of the criteria is quality and customer satisfaction.
The description of their services, they have to provide a rather robust explanation of their services as well as their experience and expertise in each category.
But then how do you verify that that's true what they're saying there?
I wasn't part of the process. I
Okay.
can't speak to it fully, but I can tell, I'm sure if we want to go through the RFP, I can tell you what all they had to provide in each area.
Question.
Yes.
So have we used the services of these vendors in the past?
We've used the services of some of them, yes.
Okay.
Which ones?
And I see that this is a contract for 3 years with possible extensions. So how does it look if we have a vendor that just isn't making a great opportunity for kids in our Thrive program? Can we get out of it after a year?
Yes, we should be able to, and there's things
Or
written in.
criteria?
Yes. Then that would be them being considered not being responsive and responsible. And then we would have, there's clauses built into the proposal that would allow us to be able to cancel services for,
So
lack of
student
performance.
satisfaction, is there a way that we measure that? And does that affect the continuing this contract for 3 years?
That's a part of the Thrive program. They'll do the needs
Mhm.
assessment
Mhm.
and we, get the feedback from
Yeah.
students on the program. And also that's really told by how many kids are signing up.
Right. So we're building a pretty good program right now from what I can see. I'd like to keep that momentum. So if we get a vendor in that's just really not providing a program that's fun, can we get out of it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for staff on this item?
I'll
Is there
move
a-
approval.
We got a motion, is there a second? I'll second this. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item H10. This is the approval of acceptance of gifts.
Thank you very much. For the final administrative services item of the evening, the district has received 4 generous donations that support our students, staff, and programs. Staff is recommending that the governing board formally accept these donations as presented.
Is there a motion? I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Dan, did I get a yes?
You got a yes.
Okay.
I typically get very excited and make the motion on that one, but
Yep, I understand.
I didn't want it to be,
I understand.
you know.
It was the perfect motion.
Motion
Yeah.
carries unanimously.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda is item I2. This is the superintendent's report.
Yes, I just wanted to just acknowledge the end of the year. Wanted to express my gratitude to our students, staff, families, board members, community partners for their hard work throughout the year, relentless commitment to student success, consistent throughout the year. This year was marked with significant accomplishments across our district, including academic growth, continued academic growth, expanded opportunities for students, outstanding achievements in athletics and extracurricular programs, continued successful implementation of innovative instructional practices and programs. Most importantly, we've remained focused on our mission of preparing every student for success in college, career, and life while fostering a culture of belonging, excellence, and continuous improvement. While students and staff are enjoying a well-deserved summer break, our district team is hard at work preparing for the first day of school on Monday, August 24th. Our M&O department's working on a variety of campus projects, deep cleaning classrooms, enhancing safety systems, maintaining grounds, ensuring that our facilities are ready to welcome students back to safe, clean, and engaging learning environments. HR staff are actively recruiting and hiring talented teachers, administrators, classified employees, and support personnel to fill vacancies while also planning orientation and onboarding for new employees. Administrative Services continues its diligent work on budget development, financial planning, transportation readiness, nutrition services, ensuring that all operational systems are prepared to support a strong start to the school year. In Ed Services, our teams are finalizing curriculum and instructional supports, analyzing student achievement data, planning professional development, implementing technology upgrades, refining intervention systems, and preparing schools to meet the diverse academic and social emotional needs of our students, as we saw tonight in the LCAP. Site administrators are collaborating with district staff to review and finalize programmatic details, preparing staffing schedules and assignments throughout the summer. Across every department, there's a shared commitment to continuous improvement in ensuring that every student experiences a successful first day and a successful 26-27 school year. We look forward to welcome our students and families back in August and building upon the many successes we achieved this year as we continue moving Ramona Unified forward together. Last but not least, we're so grateful for our community partners who continue to inspire us with their generous support. Today was the annual For Us Golf Tournament, which I heard was a very warm but successful event today. Thank you, Mr. Summers, for attending. We also thank the numerous organizations that support our students throughout the year, including the Ramona Kiwanis, the Ramona Rotary Club, Ramona Santa Maria Lodge of Freemasons, the Ramona Women's Club, our amazing Sun Valley Council PTA members, for us, and the numerous community business partners and community individuals that make significant contributions throughout the school year to support our students. So, thank you.
Mr. Dan Summers.
Thank you, Mr. President. We sent some students up to Sacramento, I believe, Future Farmers of America. And as usual, I think there were 8 major awards. We won 6 of them. What else is new? I mean, our students, no matter what the competition is, sharpshooting, dancing, wrestling, we win wherever we go. And I'm so proud of them, and we all should be. There is a chance, it's not a done deal yet, but 3 years ago, the ABC program, Archie Moore's son, Billy Moore, came to Ramona High School, set up a boxing gym in the Ramona High School, and they had a boxing exhibition. It was very successful. They want to do it again, bigger scale, August 8th and 9th, a 2-day event. The boxing ring will be set up on the 50-yard line of the football field in the evening, because on August 8th and 9th we'll be in 3 digits, temperature-wise. Or it might be back in the gym again. We're not sure yet. Whatever costs are incurred by the school district will be paid for by the event. They take care of everything. And there's a chance, because we're negotiating this now, that we might get a little piece of the action. But that's an event that is scheduled for the 8th and the 9th of August. It's not a done deal yet, but it's something we can really look forward to. Who's coming? Ranked AAU fighters from all over the country. This is a big event.
Save the date.
August 8th and August 9th. That's all.
All right. Done perfect?
All right, so we were all together for a lot of promotions and graduations, and each one was really wonderful. What an excellent end to a school year. So many happy families and students celebrating, and it was an absolute joy to celebrate with them. But after all of that hoopla was done, I had finally had the chance to scroll my social media a little bit, and something really unique popped up. The algorithm showed me our adult transition program. Some of us might not know what that is. We have some students that continue on with us past the age of 18 and may not be on a diploma track with us, have a lot of other skills that they're working on, and they had the most delightful, they didn't call it a graduation or a promotion, they were knighted into the great beyond. 2 students, and this video just was captivating in what those students were doing with their instructor. So I'd encourage you, if you're on social media, I happen to see it on Facebook, it may be on other platforms as well, check out the Ramona High School Adult Transition Program. I met with Dr. Thurman and we got into our meeting information, and I said, oh, but hey, there was something I saw on social media, and you just could see his face. Oh no, because almost always when I say I saw this thing on social media, I don't need to call your attention to it, it's usually something that he wishes wasn't going on. So when I did this one and I pulled it up on my phone and showed him, he was as delighted as I was when he saw that video of the 2 students that were being knighted by another student. So check it out. It was a happy thing.
Is there any way we could view it at our next board meeting?
Yeah. It was
Nice.
it was neat. It was short, but I found it charming.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
Are you good?
Yep. Thank you.
Roger Dome.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate all the staff that had successful graduations. They were really wonderful, and I know some staff were concerned because it was their first time, but they did a great job. So just wanted to call that out. I wanted to publicly thank Tori for all the work that she has done. She's done a wonderful job here, and all of us have been able to see the growth since you've arrived, and it's been wonderful to see that. I look forward to having somebody come in that is as knowledgeable as you are. And so this is probably the last time I'm going to see you because my flight mysteriously got changed. So I will not be here at the next board meeting. You know how that's happening to everybody. So far it hasn't been canceled.
All right.
Yeah. So anyways, thank you.
You good? Roger, are you done?
Yes.
Maya Phillips?
So, I want to second what Roger said because I'm really impressed by Tori, by your competence and your confidence, and you know everything that you're talking about, and we appreciate it. Graduations have been addressed by others already. There's something that happened a couple of times already when I made a subsidiary motion, second motion, and it was discarded. So I was trying to understand how that works. And it turns out that a subsidiary motion temporarily alters or disposes of a main motion and must be always be voted on before the main motion. Because subsidiary motions are applied directly to the main motion. They take precedence over it and dictate how the board proceeds. Under the Roberts Rules of Order, motions are ranked and resolved in a strict last made, first voted order of precedence. If several subsidiary motions are applied to the main motion, it assembles the board votes on them in the reverse order of how they were introduced. For example, if a main motion on the floor, you can introduce a motion to amend it, and the voting sequence goes. Vote on the subsidiary motion, the amendment, and then vote on the main motion as amended, or if the subsidiary motion passed, then the original form, in the original form it failed. So according to Robert's Rules of Order, my motion on contracted services had to be voted on first. And going forward, if that happens again and my subsidiary motion is discarded in favor of the main motion,
Hang on a sec.
I will have to raise a point of order.
Hang on a sec. I will ask the superintendent to review the minutes, review the Robert's Rules of Order, and if we had a procedural error, consult with legal to figure out what the remedy is, because we need to be following the right procedures. Dr. Thurman, you on? Thank you.
Also, I'm resubmitting my agenda item request that I made previously regarding parental notification documents. In light of the Mirabella versus Bonta decision, I'm requesting that the following 3 items be placed on the June 25 board meeting agenda to be considered in open session as action items. Item 1, adoption of a board resolution affirming compliance with Mirabella versus Bonta and upholding parental rights. Item 2, adoption of district guidance on parental rights and notification. And item 3, direction to begin the formal process for a full, standalone parental notification policy. Per superintendent's response, we are in compliance with all parental notification procedures being addressed in the Mirabella versus Bonta case. However, while that may satisfy the bare legal minimum, adopting the proposed board resolution, district guidance, and direction to begin the formal process for the full standalone parental notification policy remains best practice and the smartest, lowest risk step the board can take right now. I would also respectfully ask both the president and superintendent to work with me consistent with our governance team protocol, which states board requests shall be placed on the next agenda unless there is a compelling reason not to do so. In that case, the superintendent and or the president shall work with the member. That means our governance protocol specifically contemplates the superintendent and or president working with a board member when the request is not placed on the next agenda. With that in mind, I look forward to discussing how we can move forward together. My intent is to work together to move this matter forward. So to that end, I'm willing to agree to placing only the district guidance on parental rights and notification and the parental notification resolution on an upcoming agenda, as action items, with priority given to both items, or at minimum, one of them. I'm also willing to consider the full parental notification policy separately at a later date. A board resolution and district guidance are non-binding and do not require union negotiations. They give staff immediate direction and legal protection while we work on the full policy. And starting with those two documents, let us show the public and families right now that we are complying with the Marabella decision and taking parental rights seriously. So I'm asking President Drum and Superintendent Dr. Thurman to let me know whether one or both of those items can be scheduled for the June 25 meeting. The next repeated request is with regard to the part-time Indians. I'm also following up on my November request for an action item that I had originally submitted for the December agenda. Initiation of a formal review of the absolutely true diary of a part-time Indian. Leslie, when she was interim superintendent, emailed me in January that I could expect this item to come forward closer to June. In April, she confirmed that she had communicated the June time frame to Dr. Thurman and that upon his return, she would defer to him to confirm the next steps and agenda placement. What I had originally explained in my December email, I understand the board president and superintendent's reluctance to pursue the removal of the absolutely true diary of a part-time Indian, like I asked before, given concerns about it and being perceived as a book ban. I also wrote that after further reflection and research, I believe the most responsible and legally defensible path forward is a formal, transparent reconsideration process limited to required or recommended classroom use, a process that fully complies with state law and avoids any potential legal challenges. I'm respectfully resubmitting my agenda item request from November that the following action item be placed on the June 25 meeting agenda. Action item: direct the superintendent to initiate formal reconsideration of the absolutely true diary of a part-time Indian by Chairman Alexi for continued inclusion in the grades 7 to 12 revised secondary core literature list, all other approved supplemental lists, and required/recommended use in any RUSD curriculum, with report and recommendation to return to the board no later than the September 2026 meeting. This request targets instructional context only, preserving library access, and ensures alignment with state standards on age appropriateness and non-discrimination. The Education Code prohibits materials that reflect adversely on persons based on religion or harm pupil well-being. The Education Code also requires suitable bias-free resources. School libraries remain unaffected. Aligned with AB 1078, I recommend the committee or a diverse panel including English teachers, parents, counselors, and representatives from Christian and Native communities evaluate via our district's UCP process. First, alignment with grade level standards and maturity. 2, educational value versus adverse impacts. And 3, proposing alternatives for accurate Native representation, such as Code Talker by Joseph Bruchak, grades 8+, Navajo history without explicit or adverse religious content. Another book, The Birch Bark House by Louis Erdrich, grade 7+, Native Indian life with cultural balance. If warranted, the board may vote on removal of this book from any other approved lists and curricula. This review supports our district's equitable education commitment under AB 1078, prioritizing student well-being and inclusion, and I will not forgetting my previous requests.
Can I ask you a clarifying question? So you're proposing, I just want to make sure I understand, you're proposing to put the parental notification resolution on the June 25th board
Resolution
meeting.
and district guidance, those are two non-binding documents.
So both of them.
Yes.
And then you're also proposing a new policy after that meeting?
Start working on the full policy because it will take time because it requires union negotiations. It may
Okay.
take a long time, but those two documents, even though they're not binding, they can be approved immediately because they.
And then,
yeah.
and then you're also, the second thing, you're proposing the part-time Indian book to be completely removed from the library and any lists. Is that what you're proposing?
Not quite that I would use. I was asking about that before, but this time I'm asking to initiate a formal reconsideration process in accordance with our UCP procedures. So I can repeat, direct superintendent to initiate formal reconsideration process of this book for continued inclusion in the grade 7 to 12 list, all other approved lists, and required or recommended use in any RUSD or our district's curriculum, with report and recommendation to return to the board no later than in a couple of months, let's say September meeting.
So you're proposing that the book is is included in the literature list?
That's not what I said.
That's what it says. It says for continued inclusion.
Review.
That's why I want to clarify. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
So there
Are you saying to remove it? Is that what you're saying?
I'm offering to review and bring the results to the board, and the board will vote if warranted. The board may vote on removal of this book
Okay, so what you're
based on the review.
so okay, but for it to be an agenda item, you're proposing that there's information given and then a vote for potentially to remove the book from the literature list. Is that what you're proposing?
I'm proposing to evaluate this book via our district's universal complaint procedure process,
Oh, okay.
and
So it's a
evaluate
complaint
for
process.
alignment with grade level standards maturity, evaluate for educational value versus adverse impacts, and also evaluate and propose alternatives for a couple of alternatives. And I have it more spelled out in more detail
Okay.
in my email. I
So-
just didn't want to bore you with too many details.
Okay.
But I can send you the full email.
So-
I would caution the group to.
And I sent it to
Yeah.
Darren, and you have it, and Brian, they all have it.
I would caution the group from getting too deep into this conversation.
I'm just trying
Um,
to clarify what she's asking.
Understood, but she's answering, she's entertaining a conversation which could prohibit us from putting it on the agenda in the future if
Yeah.
we engage in a
That has happened.
I will send.
conversation.
I will send you the email, Roger.
Yeah.
Clarification.
No, I just want to understand. So, like, in the future, I think it'd be helpful just to state exactly what you want on the agenda. You don't need to explain all the reasons why. It would help and make it clear, because it sounds to me like you have several things on this. You want there to be evaluation of UPC, and then you want after that evaluation, then what you're asking for is to put it on the agenda for potential removal. That's what you're asking.
Roger, I tried to compress my email. Maybe it was not the best compression of my email. Maybe some very important details I excluded, so it's not too long. That's why my email is so much better, and maybe if you have questions, I will just send you email, then we can discuss it.
You've already sent it to me. If you send it to him, we're violating the Bryan Act.
Right.
So be careful.
I'm just trying to. I just wanted to make sure that I understood what you were proposing.
I guess if I can't send you the email, then you won't be able to understand it, I guess.
Okay.
So
I
I
can
would,
send you the
I would
email.
just, typically, our second meeting in June has been a light schedule with LCAP and budget
Right.
and whatever closed session, and keeping the open session items pretty straightforward to those essential things. Are we considering doing something different this year? Our staff is accustomed to a certain cadence of activity around our board meetings.
The superintendent and I will have that conversation and let you know.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's important for people who are interested in these items to know, and maybe not have it buried in a summer meeting if they're important.
Good point.
Just an idea.
Well,
Good point.
I think I'm clear about the first item. but I'm still a little unclear about the second item regarding the book, about
Guess
what.
that'll be for President Drum and,
I don't really understand it.
Superintendent Thurman to
Not
talk
clear.
through.
So
I think I've
let's move on. Let's continue the board comments before we go too far into this rabbit hole and legally exclude this from a future agenda item. So, your comments are noted. I'd like to thank staff for what I think is a really successful school year. There's a lot that goes into putting this show on. And we talked a little tiny bit about it when we were starting to get ready for what school looks like in August, and what do classrooms look like, and what do the campuses look like, and there's just so many moving parts, and everybody works incredibly hard to make sure that we put on a really good product. So that effort is appreciated, and it's not lost on members of this board. So please carry that message, Dr. Thurman. I'd also like to thank for us, Dr. Thurman mentioned that today was their annual golf tournament. They are an amazing group of people who do amazing work. And Dan, I hope you played well today, my friend.
I didn't play well at all.
Well, then,
Did you have a good time?
Yep.
Did you put some money in the kitty for the fundraiser?
I did indeed, and
Great.
it was 96 degrees.
Out in the
Yeah, I
sun?
know it's hot
That was
today.
a big off-
Well, you got a nice tan.
Got my attention.
You got a nice tan. And they're not the only group that supports this district, but they are one of the most prominent groups that support this district. And again, I don't want them to think for one second that it does not go noticed. Incredibly appreciated their actions. And then I want to talk a little bit about the steering committee members who have given up their time with their family and from possibly even their jobs to help this district get better and move forward and move the needle. And without people truly dedicated and taking it seriously and giving us that effort, we wouldn't have the opportunity to do what we're doing, and that is to try to get better. Absolutely try to get better. So each one of those steering committee members should be thanked personally. And Don, thank you for your time, your extra time doing that. It is my intention to reach out to each one of the members of the steering committee and just thank them personally for what they're doing for our district. And then, you know what, our promotions and graduations were a big hit. Our staff just rises to the occasion every single year and makes every one of those kids that receives a certificate or a diploma feel as though they are recognized and appreciated and truly celebrated for doing that. So kudos to each one of our staff members who has an effort in making those kids, giving them memories that they will have for a long, long time. So please pass that on also. Having said that, our next meeting will be June 25th. We are going to go back into a short extension of closed session. I do not anticipate having anything to read out. However, if you're interested in sticking around, we will definitely come back to this room and report any action taken if required. So have a good night. We are adjourned.